Championship Darts Corporation presents the DJD Darts Masters, coming to you live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Welcome, everyone, to weekend number 2, live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as we continue the road to the 2026 Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. This is event number 3, the DJD Darts Masters. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms this weekend, the wonderful Anthony Eugenia. AE, it is an absolute pleasure to be here live with you in Philly.
It is awesome to be back in the city of brotherly love, a place that the CDC knows well, and we've got a jam-packed day in store, Mr. Sean Green.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we usually do 10 matches on our live stream. We're going to have 13 today, starting with 128 matches, and quite a few of them. And we're starting off with Big Dan Benner taking on Jason Wilbur. Big Dan from Lansdale, PA, and Wilbur is from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
And even though these are the first pictures we're bringing you, it's not the first action.
Yep.
Here from Philly, we had the second qualifier for the PDC US Darts Masters at Madison Square Garden last night, and the room was rocking. Almost 80 players in that field, and we saw the mauler rolling back the years. Gary Mawson wins that second qualifier, books his spot at MSG, and also another player getting in, Fred Kruger, Nightmare on 34th Street, books his spot via the Order of Merit. So 2 more names and faces in the lineup for the U.S. Masters.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really cool to see two names that we have not seen in the U.S. Darts Masters make it to that point, and to hear Fred talk about what it meant to him and the importance of it. And listen, he had to wait until today to really find out the answer, because we let
him hang in the wind all night.
Yeah, and he was so him finding out about an hour before this event is going to give him a lot of adrenaline going into this one, but you could definitely tell what it meant to him, and it was really, really cool.
Yeah, you can find that interview on our social media platforms. Just search up @Champ Darts on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, all that good stuff. And yeah, Sean, to your point, we're in the middle of the leg here, so we've got some time to chat. That it's a great mix of, at the end of this weekend, we will have, the top USA player after the first 2 weekends, top Canadian player, right? But then it's a nice mix, like you said, of new faces to have this sort of different array of ways for players to get in. You've got, winners of Continental Cups and cross borders, so you got champions in there. The players like we talked about at the top of the points list right now, so like the hot players, and then you get those players who get a chance to have lightning in a bottle and play through these qualifiers. So a great mix to head towards MSG.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. You got Jim Long from the PDC as Jason Wilbur's on 76. Benner's right there back on him, but it's going to be one dart here at double 18. Not going to go, so Big Dan's going to get a chance to hold his throw. Start off slow and then goes 100, 140, 99 to get to this point. Should get one dart at tops. It will be one dart at tops. 58. Oh, and he drags it low. Will he come back, or will Wilbur take out leg number 1 right here and break the throw right away in this DJD Darts Masters? And there it is. First dart in from Jason Wilbur.
Yeah, all things considering, pretty decent opening leg. Like you said, Dan started a little slow. Jason, scored well to open it up, but Dan caught up with, they both had a couple of big 3-figure scores. So, a lot of times we see, these early matches, it takes some time to get their feet underneath them. So Dan and Jason coming out looking pretty well, pretty good right out of the gate. So.
Yeah, I mean, they're firing on all cylinders, and you look at their stats here as we bring those up. Big Dan played in 30 matches total in the CDC, Wilbur at 38, so they're both relatively young as far as their experience here in the CDC. Jason's averaging right around a 70. Big Dan's averaging right around a 68, but he went through like a weird it looks like he's getting out of this the itis now, but he went through definitely a
Sean,
realm of it.
Sean's trying to, you know.
Listen, I don't
some
like
people
to say
don't want to don't want to directly talk about it, but yeah, no, we've seen Dan. I mean, in an incredible way, stay with it, stay focused, and you know, and look to being more comfortable than we'd seen him in years past. And good little opening. You know, we should talk this weekend a little bit. We'll do some research and we'll pull up to see where Jules is in his ride. You know where he is exactly. You know, but we really encourage you to look up the Dutch Dragon, Jules Van Dongen. Look at his page. He suffered, like you said, from the dreaded itis, and it really put a hurting on his ability to play. So much so that he switched hands and was getting quite able to play left-handed, but he's on an effort. He's cycling cross country to raise awareness to. I should know. We'll look it up and get the more proper term. There is a term for sort of like the medical, aspect of what this thing is, because it's not just dart players, of course, golfers refer to it as the yips, and other performers are the same thing, a sort of inability to perform where seemingly everything else is sort of in place. So Jules is in an effort to raise awareness, to sort of research that and everything. So rock on, Jules Van Dongen.
Yeah, and one of the cool things that, not really, I guess, necessarily cool things, but one of the things that he learned going through this process is that it ends up becoming it was a physical thing for him. Dartitis is mostly a mental thing, as we're on 36 once again for Wilbur. That's a good marker. Oh, just drags it inside. A big ask here from Dan, but it's an out.
Not going to cash in, so Wilbur comes back.
Well, Wilbur's
at 2 9s.
He's got to be good at this if he's leaving 36, right?
Exactly. One would say, if you're 18 shooter, you're going to be versed in the double 9s, and conversely, if you like double 20s, you should also have a dangerous double 10 dart in your quiver.
Well, not able to get that job done there. Only 10 scored, so now Big Dan, easier ask, but still needs a big treble. We went the bullseye route. I don't hate that.
No, not at all. I mean, quite honestly, it's the proper way to go when you're in that 91 to 95 and your opponent's on an out.
Well, then he struggled there with those last, but we're on double 4, and well, we know that.
Indeed, and to Dan's throw, it's all about, right? The plan always looks better if you execute. When you stumble a little bit, then you open yourself up to second guessing. But he gets a look back at 66. So let's see, will he start on the 25-50 again? That's a viable route. 10, so 16 for tops.
Oh, he goes double 16. So, yep, left 24, not able to take it out. And now Wilbur on 4.
Do we think he, I don't know if he was really going for double 16.
No. I think that was new.
But again, it all looks good if you can execute. Oh, and there you go. Jason Wilbur takes double 1 to open up a 2-0 lead here at the 128 stage of the DJD Darts Masters.
Big Dan now starting off leg number 3. Ended up being just a hold to throw for Wilbur in leg number 2, but race to 5 here in the early stages. Last 128 match. We're actually going to bring you 3 matches straight here before we take our first break. So you guys get a little extra bonus action out of us here. I mean, all week, all day, but this weekend for sure.
You can't beat bonus darts. If you want to check out the whole tournament, go to tv.dartconnect.com and you'll be able to pull up the CDC 2026 main event 3, and you'll be able to see so many amazing things. You can watch, all of the matches live on the live scoreboard. You can look into the bracket and watch things play out, as Sean and I will go over things all day with you. There's also a leaderboard that gives you all of those great stats on in-match reports, and who's hitting the most 180s and who's scoring the highest in their first 9, and overall. Also, lots off over at Dart Connect. It is a great compliment as you the great pictures brought to you by the production team.
Yeah, really, always well done. They're always here and do a great job of getting it taken care of for us.
And Sean, only match that you see of today's event?
It is not. No, we have coverage of 5 streaming boards going on currently on PDC.TV. The main streaming board is here on YouTube and also on PDC.TV, but you can check out the other 4. Those are boards 2, 3, 4, and 5 that are ongoing right there. Go to PDC.TV, and once you click on our event, it'll pull up what stream you want to watch. It's actually a lot easier now than it was in the past.
It is indeed.
So check that out. And listen, if you don't have your PDC.TV subscription, it's the best spent money every year for me.
It makes no sense not to have one. You get all the CDC coverage, and then they figured, that could be enough, just CDC, but they kind of fold in some cool PDC stuff as well. They're kind enough to do that as part of your subscription. But you need to bundle. It's the CDC PDC bundle.
Yeah, there you go. Which also includes Asian Tour and
indeed.
all of the floor events for the PDC as well. That you don't otherwise get to watch.
You get World Series events. You really do get a ton of stuff for your money. And just to tie it back to the Dart Connect, if you want to see who's coming on those particular streams, we assign those boards. We go connect and look at the bracket. Assigned to board 1 will be our feature, and board 2 will be that streamed board 2. So you can see who's coming up. You can watch your favorite players on stream here in the CDC.
Well, Dan, 0 for 2 on doubles so far in this leg. Wilbur is going to get a look. Potentially, got to go double-double. Not going to do that. Does set it up nicely. Leaves 36 if he returns. Shout out to our scorer, Mo Maloney. See if Big Dan can get a leg on the board here and just settle the nerves. He does that first start on double top. And we are off and rolling here in leg number 4.
55.
And so let's talk about those qualifiers so far for the U.S. Darts Masters. You got Jim Long, PDC Pro, the Canadians #1, automatically in. David Cameron, who won the Crossboard Darts Challenge, automatically in. Alex Spellman, our Continental Cup champion, is automatically in. Leonard Gates won the first qualifier in weekend #1 in Niagara Falls. Gary Mawson, of course, wins the second qualifier here. And then Fred Kruger on the Order of Merit for the qualifiers. So we still got 2 spots left to go. The #1 American on the Order of Merit through the first 4 events of this year. And the same thing for the Canadians. Right now, Adam Savada has a strong chokehold on that American spot there. Of course, he missed the qualifier spot by one leg differential.
Went down to a decider last night against Mr. Mawson. Gary actually, ran out to a pretty big lead. I think he might have been up 3-1, 4-2, something.
It was 4-1.
I thought it might have been 4-1, but I didn't want to go that far out. And he said he started thinking about the finish line, and you can't give a guy like Savada a chance. And Savada scraped back a couple of big, medium-sized finishes in the 90s, low hundreds. Stuff that Savada is capable of doing, and it just came ever so close. But to your point, Adam won the first 2 events in the first weekend, so he's sitting about as good of a position as you can be in. He can only be tied, and then that would go to a tiebreaker. So
what that means is if an American does not win this first event today, it's Savada's pretty much.
I think it has to be because the math would dictate that
46.
nobody could equal his points. So,
and then for the Canadian spot right now, Brayton Hall is in the driver's seat of that one, but it's still pretty wide open there. That can be something that
Jeff Smith is in striking distance. So if you want to keep an eye on who's going to represent Canada in that one of those 2 last spots, I'd keep a very keen eye on Jeff Smith today.
And if Jeff Smith wants to make a run today, he's going to have to do something that very few people have done before, and that's take out Adam Savada early in a tournament, as he is on the same board here today. He would have to face Adam Savada in the top 32 if both of them win their first matches. So Something to also pay attention to is the fact that we have the number 1 and number 2 average players on the same board here today. It's going to be tops here for Wilbur. Sorry, nope, I was wrong on that. It was double.
He picked up
4.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, he picked up that triple 16.
I apologize. Big Dan not going to take out the 145, so Wilbur going to come back with 4 left.
59.
And the winner of this will move, in the bracket and play the aforementioned Jeff Smith.
Game shot.
That could not be closer if that's not in. It is in. And Wilbur's taken out 4 twice. And he takes a 3-1 lead.
140.
Yeah, what a group. And then Fred Krueger wraps up the last spot there on the Order of Merit, which is, again, just such a cool story. It's funny how often every year we have like a surprise MSG qualifier.
60.
And Jake McMillan was one of them a couple years ago. And then, of course, Fred Krueger this year is a big one, along with Gary Mawson, honestly.
55.
Certainly. I mean, we like talking about Gary a lot because he always gives us something interesting to talk about. And he's always got those runs, those little bursts that he's the only player to have played in each and every Continental Cup. Why? Because he's got it in the locker, and he pulled it out all day yesterday, and it was very interesting to see. We talk about the excitement of Fred going to MSG. Gary was just excited as well, and he'll be honest, we're at the back 9, if you will, of the Gary Mawson career. So to get a chance, to get back on the stage at MSG and play PDC players, play for a world championship spot, that he's got to be at this point relishing that opportunity.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool, and it's a lot of European audiences are going to know the name Gary Mawson, and that's also a really cool part of that. The entire world's going to know the name Freddy Krueger, but that's for different reasons. Although he is a nightmare on that dartboard for any opponent that he plays.
And that's what makes sports great is those stories, those personal stories, those Cinderella stories of players getting an opportunity that they didn't think was possible and then making the most of it. And that's, again, why I love that mix of players that we get a chance to be a part of putting up on that stage at MSG. It's the players that are at the top of the rankings, the players that have been able to peacock it and show their wares, by like the Savatas and Camerons and such. And then you got to give some wiggle room for the great story, and we've got some great stories headed to New York.
Well, if we wanted it just to be the 8 on the Order of Merit, we wouldn't do the qualifiers.
Indeed.
All right. Good setup play there from Wilbur. It's Mo's first match too, so give him a break.
Our scorekeeper, Mo Maloney. Everybody's stretching their legs in the first match. Got a long day of darts for the staff.
Oh, it's good.
Production and tournament alike.
Tops.
66.
Not going to go. Drags it low. Wilbur has an interesting double here. Double 17. Not one you see very often. He's thinking through if he wants to split it or not, I'm pretty sure.
I would think with your opponent on double 10 and you have a 3-1 lead, it's worth going right at it.
And it looks like, well, he's still trying to decide. He is splitting. No, he is going right at it. And he hits it.
Big payoff, right? And, 4-1 lead. And that was a break. So that was a big gamble, big reward, and one I think was worth taking. We'll look out on the tournament floor. Mid-match, Sean and I will totally dive in deep. Just one thing of note, it looks like Braden Hall, our Event 2 runner-up, he gets his first round match 5-1, and he's currently at the top of that Canadian list to go to MSG, so we'll keep an eye on Braden as well.
Yeah, already 5 matches that are wrapped up there, and we'll talk about those as we get to the break. Like you said, my friend, on break in between matches for us. And again, we're bringing you 3 straight. We got Davey Main taking on Gino Florian right after this one. And then Snooky, Ross Snook, taking on the legendary Islander, Albert Anstey.
What a tasty Canadian matchup. I got to see Ross play recently up at the Toronto Area Open, and Ross was playing good. So, Ross is looking in form, and Albert just continues to amaze me. When he came into the CDC fold a couple of years ago, I will admit I was not familiar with him, but I got schooled pretty quick, and we've talked about it a few times, legendary stuff, BDO World Cup in the early 90s. John Part talked about that moment in his Hall of Fame induction, that was an event, one of the first big events that he had gone to. But Albert was, playing world-class darts nearly 30 years ago, stepped away for a bit, played more locally, and then, sort of came back, and everybody's like, look out. And I'm like, quite honestly, it's like, really? How much does he have left in the tank? And he's just a winner. He's got a winner's mindset. We talked to him yesterday, and he said, losing is never acceptable. Yeah. And it's just, he's just steady, and he's just been so great to watch. And what a treat he was up at the cross border.
Oh, I mean, first of all, hometown feel is what it felt like for our Newfoundlanders, and what a cool experience that was all around, and just them winning the video that Junior took of Dad
but
winning.
Many times, in fairness, it's tough. Let's see, Wilbur's on this shot. Double 14.
120.
Oh, even he gives you a little pursed lips. That felt good coming out of his hand. So Benner looking to stay alive, but at 137 is a tricky one. A lot of movement around the board. Yeah. What do we think about that choice?
I kind of like the treble 19 tops route because it's less movement. But in that moment, he's just trying to feel that out, I'm sure. And he's struggling a little bit as far as what he would like to do. His average isn't bad, 74. But obviously the result, if this goes in, will not be desirable, and it does not go in. And he's on an awkward double 7. But he has hit those awkward doubles so far today. Oh, that's tough first start. 86 left.
Yep, needs the triple. He's going 18s. So now it's just all he can do is try and set up the best he can and pray that, like you just said, that Wilbur maybe gets into a little sticky wicket on double 7s.
Sticky wicket. Nice.
Game shot in the match.
It does go in, though, and Jason Wilbur does take out that match 5-1. And listen, Big Dan talked to him yesterday for a very long time. Life-wise, stress-wise, he's doing great. He's feeling great, and the darts are starting to come back for him, and I cannot wait to see how he performs moving forward. But this one goes to Wilbur as Mo steps off the line there. And let's take a look around the venue here, AE, at what's going on currently out there on the floor.
Results so far, Patrick Guilleria, 5-1 over Nick McCoy. Ron Sargent, 5-0 over Justin Darrow. Gavin Nickel, former Evolution champion and junior champion, 5-0 over Jimmy Statopoulos. Jimmy Stats out of Chicago. Braden Hall, as mentioned, 5-1 over Keith Kleinstuber. Michael Riley from Bronx, New York, 5-1 over Joe Ricard. Terry Hayhurst, the Titan, comes back into the CDC fold, and he gets a 5-3 win over Brad Farley, the runner-up in the first PDC qualifier. And then on your, as we saw in front of us here on the listings, Jason Wilbur gets that 5-1 win over Dan. And, Jason looked, pretty confident. Like, you talked about taking those stabs, bottom of the board, double 17s, double 7s. So, Jason's got to feel good coming out of that match. In play, everything's kind of early out on the current floor. We're going to let Sean give us what's going on in that first match. Who's playing in the first match?
Yeah, so we got Tim Neal, the Philly legend, taking on Nathan Humphreys. And it's funny, Tim, I gave him the nickname Philly legend as a running joke because whenever he'd go back to Philly, he would get made fun of. And his New Jersey
What a good friend.
sponsor, he was like, just put Philly on the back of the jersey, please. And he sent him the jersey, and it says Philly Legend on it. And he goes, really? He goes, sorry, man, you're outvoted. Or I was outvoted. So that's
right under the
that's
bus.
what we get. And listen, guys, check out board number 5 if you're on PDC.TV, and check out Tim's jersey. He is wearing his throwback high school soccer jersey, and it is hideous.
Oof, I just pulled up the PDC and my screen almost cracked.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But he was a D1 soccer player, and in high school he went to high school here locally in Philadelphia, of course, and that is his throwback high school soccer jersey. That's really cool to see.
Those are some pungent
Oh
colors.
yeah. Oh yeah, and that's what he loves the most about it. He's like it's hideous, and I love everything about that.
It's offensive, and I relish every second of it. Most matches just sort of underway. The only one deep into it is Ryan Atkins, 3-2 ahead of John Holland. Speaking of Philadelphia legends, John Holland, a big player here in the Philadelphia area. So let's see, what else do we got to talk about? I mean, this is, like we like to say, this is event number 3 on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship, which will be taking place the first weekend in November. Event 3 out of 16, so we've got a lot of darts to play as the summer and fall, unfold. We're in Indianapolis next, Brownsburg to be exact. July, I think it's 17th, give or take. That weekend. I'm just winging it. I can pull up my calendar.
Very close.
Yep, that's the next weekend, and then we are outside of Chicago for our
Next
August and September, and then we head up in the Toronto area in October. And each of those weekends will be, expanded to our normal 3 events each weekend. So, really, the core of the circuit is still yet to be played. When we get packed up tomorrow night, it's only 4 out of 16, only 25%. So, lots to play for. We've got an expanded field this year in the Continental Cup, so we're going to have 24 players, right? So, bigger opportunities for players to get in there and expanded prize money for, well over $20,000 for the entire field, $5,000 first place prize, and opportunities to go to the World Championship and, next summer's U.S. Masters. So, lots of opportunities. So really it should anyway inspire those players, who might, let's just say going into the last weekend, be in the 21st position. Normally would be, on the outside looking in, but now they'd be heading to the Continental Cup.
Yeah, and you mentioned a lot of those perks of winning the Continental Cup, but I love the expansion to 24 players. I think that's always great to see some buys for our top seeds, first of all, but then also anytime we can see newer players and different players step in there is huge. And these guys color coordinated their jerseys today.
You'll have a whole first round there of exciting matchups, and so an expanded Continental Cup lineup. And yeah, everything sort of blends in. We've got blacks and reds in your background, in the foreground.
And it's like mostly red and green. I mean, Gino's kind of rainbowing it throughout the jersey there, a DJD design. But yeah, those are very close to the same colors and different colors. Not like they're both wearing black, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like
it's
we're matching, but that's not,
a solid red or a solid black, like the old days,
You show up with a polo of one color, and that's what.
And by PDC rule, it used to be, that they would highly encourage you to bring 2 because, if I'm not mistaken, the higher ranked player, if you both showed up in red, if you're the lower ranked guy, tough noogies, you got to change.
Yep. That's so funny. Now, luckily, that does not make a difference here. But I'm looking forward to this one. Gino has been throwing extremely well here recently. Davey was actually as a fan at the cross border, and that sparked a lot of motivation for him to want to be there next year and do that. And that's always really cool to have happen. But Davey, also kind of a newer player. He started off on our associates tour that first year and got a few call-ups and made the most of those opportunities for sure. He's played 36 matches. He's 6-4 in his last 10. Gino is also 6-4 in his last 10. He's played 124 matches, but his last few events have been really more his style of play.
Yeah, much more polished and more well-rounded. The steadfast Gino Flooring game than we've seen. Because, you and I have covered Gino a good bit here in the CDC, and there are times he'll start to score well and then just get frustrated with himself just a little bit as he gets into double trouble. And that's always kind of the sign to see where Gino's demeanor is. The more he's always going to be a fiery dude. You can
yes,
just, that's just him, and that's what makes him good. But it can just derail him just a little bit. So the more he can kind of keep that energy focused, it's all the better.
And you'll notice he throws the dart rapid fire quickly. Dart nickname is Cheat Code, but it might as well be a time bomb.
I thought they were all three of those were in.
They look good, and Gino's looking good so far early on. But good to see Davey here on the stream from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Which is exactly where David Cameron's from. So really cool to see that. And then, of course, Syracuse for Gino.
And Dave, to your point about, I'll explore it a little bit further. Davey's been a great poster child of what the associates list was meant to, what it is meant to be, and what it's meant to achieve. In that players who come out and play our Q School events but don't earn cards, they earn points, and players who also play our summer series events. So we keep an associates list to those familiar with the PDC, a similar system. They have a ranking based on their challenge tour and whatnot. So when a main event like we have here is a registration that's less than 64, those players get a call up. And, I think it's 2 years ago now, if I'm not mistaken. It's, 2 years ago is when we first implemented. Like you said, Davey was a big part of that. High in the rankings on that associate list, and he got some good opportunities in that year when he was on the associates list, not only to earn points.
Gino's got double 7. Goes double 18 for double 7, then textbook.
Right? I mean, bingo bango. I mean, if you're going to talk about a Gino Flooring out, that might be it. Double 18, double 14, say goodnight. And it also inspired Davey, and that's another thing that we want to happen. Give those players an opportunity to come and, play for some money and some points and whatnot, but also to build that belief in them that, hey, I tried to get my card, I didn't achieve it, but I do belong here. And that's what happened with Davey. He was like, I can play with these guys. And then that inspired him more that next winter to say, I'm not gonna hang around on the associate list. I'm gonna go get my card, and that's what he's done. And to come out and scrape it out on the circuit.
And I think that associate list has done that for multiple players, right? And we've seen that. If you played associate list events the past 2 years and took advantage of those opportunities, most of the time you're getting your tour card that winter, heading into the next year, and it's just because of that you get that confidence built up that you can get the job done, and it's always cool to have a new season where we're like, I've never heard of that guy before. I'm gonna have to go figure out exactly what he's all about.
Yeah,
and as long as that continues, this game's going to continue to grow.
Indeed, you need that churn. You need that influx constantly of new players and new faces to, obviously give us some new blood, but it's always healthy to be pushed when you're on the top.
Absolutely.
100.
That's the nature of sport, as we hear Barry Hearn talk about all the time. Like there's nothing given, everything is earned. And if you're at the top of the rankings, you've got to continue to fight to stay at those top of those rankings.
A lot of matches going on out there on the venue, but Gino's gone 140, 137 the last 2 throws, so he's on 86 after 12. Chance for a little 14 darter. He's been throwing extremely well so far in this match. This is the Gino that we have seen.
And we expect exactly. think we have some high expectations for Gino when we get a chance to see him compete in the CDC. And this is what we generally envision.
Yep. And that was a break and throw there from Gino. He's up 2-0, averaging 97 right now with that 14 darter. And he made that look so clean and easy, that 86, treble 18, double 16, move on. He's 2 for 2 on his doubles.
I was fortunate to be on the road 2 weeks ago to help run the CDC shootout. We had a summer series at the Toronto area open, and that was the first of 3 summer series events. And it was also the first of our youth weekends.
Yeah.
We had 3 junior events and 3 evolutions, and we can chat about those at some point. But I, very rarely get out on the road to see different big opens and whatnot. So it was fun. There was a big WDF Gold event on Saturday. So I did, have some downtime that was really good to go watch players play, get a chance to chat that I don't normally do. And Gino had a big win over Jeff. I think it was Sunday in the silver, but it was top 32, top 16, and it was this performance we've seen here.
We didn't need any commentary for that one.
No.
That one he did all on its own. We didn't have to tell you that he turned his wrist that way or anything. That was good. Hopefully someone screenshotted that face and that should be his profile picture moving forward.
And if it wasn't, it will be now.
Mm-hmm.
On the
the
clear-cut directions.
I'm sure the better half is watching along with us. By the way, if you're on YouTube, you can just fast or go back.
That's the beauty.
That's the easy.
The beauty of the tube. We like to screenshot. Welcome in everybody in the chat room. I'll be peeking in from time to time, but we encourage you to have some fun and be respectful, but have some fun banter back and forth on the players that you enjoy watching, where you watching from, and just all great general dart chatter. So we welcome you in the YouTube chat, and we also ask you to share this stream out. If you're enjoying what we're doing, get it on your social media pages. Let everybody come in and enjoy the DJD Darts Masters today from Philadelphia.
Davey had his first look at a double there. Does not hit it.
100.
But he will be back. Gino back on 180.
Somewhat of a must for Davey.
It's a good break right back, too, if he gets the job done.
30.
And he, unfortunately, does not. And Gino on 80. This could be another quick flash in a hurry.
Yeah, Davey greatly disappointed with himself.
Gino misses the big number on the single 20, and now Davey's going to come back with double 5.
40.
He's already missed 4 doubles in the leg. Would like to stop that bleeding here.
Game shot.
And he does.
So Davey Main gets a break, a throwback. Takes a break to reset, and we go into leg 4 with Main on the Aki. And we'll see what, Gino, we could see there physically, trying to warm his hands up a little bit. We'll keep an eye on that. He was shaking his head a little bit back there. So we talked about the whole Gino demeanor, right?
Yep.
And he's just playing so well that if you're in the Florio fan club, you just want to see him just hold it together a little bit. Things are going good. Do not let the frustration enter the brain.
Yeah, he does it dart by dart too. It's not how far he's up in the match or anything like that. If he throws a bad dart, he's gonna let himself know about it, even if he's up 4-0 in the match, and that can be a good thing, but it can also hurt a lot from time to time.
28.
And you can see right now it's hurting from that time.
Yeah, exactly. On a case, like sometimes it's not healthy to put so much weight on every single dart, right?
I would say it's most of the time not healthy to do that.
Thanks, Doc.
134.
Great cover shooting there from Davey Main, and Davey looking to slowly turn the ship and the momentum his way. He's on an out after 9.
26.
And Gino is just marching left and right here on this dartboard. Davey miles to go before Gino would be back in this leg, so just take his time here.
83.
He really does. He needs to also keep himself tempered, not get too excited, not try and do too much because, all right, Gino back on the mark.
95.
But I would imagine if Davey's kind of getting a sense of, okay, my opponent's getting a little frustrated, if I can just keep steady pressure, it doesn't have to be a lot, but just steady enough. Double 8, my apologies.
That's right.
Sorry, 68.
I did that earlier. But he will be back.
Just keep enough pressure to try and force your opponent to overdo or try and do too much.
87.
You can see in Gino's throw that part of his thought process is open up that hand.
Mm-hmm. Double 4. Good marker, you think?
8.
Man, that has not been the case today of nobody missed a double 4. Everybody has missed a double 4. It has not actually gone in once yet.
So today's mini mantra, everybody misses double 4.
60.
Only 60 there from Gino. Oh, wow.
No score.
Now with the 1-4-6, I'm going to propose that, like, Gino's got nothing to lose, right? He's up 2-1. It's Davey's throw. Let's say if Davey takes this anyway, we're back on throw. The match is like there's not a lot to lose, so just be relaxed about the 1-4-6 and just take 100 off it if you can. I see Gino continue to struggle with cold hands. It's been pretty hot overall in the venue, so I don't know what what those streaming boxes feel like, and Davey Main busts, and so here you go. An opportunity is presented when it didn't seem that there was going to be any opportunity.
39.
Those are his first missed starts at double in this match. Davey has been here for quite a while now.
Up to the madhouse.
6.
He's missed 12 darts at a double so far in this leg.
15.
And Gino has missed 5.
The opportunity to literally steal a leg has been on there for Gino, and he hasn't been able to do it.
No score.
But he's going to get another look at 5.
That's now 14 missed doubles just in this leg. Gino back up.
3.
Ooh, that was a flyer. They're
Sit
both
back
in the madhouse.
and relax, everybody. We're on double 1.
Game shot.
Oh, and it goes in first dart finally for Davey. 13's a charm,
Gino to throw.
and that's okay. It's going to destroy the average, but that's not important.
A look out on the tournament floor. Some results. Sean Mitchell, 5-0 over Eric Angus. Keith Way, 5-0 over Jared Carbaugh. I believe those are the only new results. Some matches deep in play. Tim Neal just takes a 5-2 victory over Nathan Humphreys. John Schumann and the reinvigorated Scott Estel are locked in at 3 apiece.
29.
John Holland, huge is the nickname and huge is the victory. Gets by Ryan Atkins 5-4. Tracy Firetag.
97.
We saw her on stage at the Lakeside, just behind Edward Pope. 3-2. Ryan Avellino and JJ Haas out of New York City. Haas up 3-2. You can get all of those scores at tv.dartconnect.com.
And on board 4, warming up right now is Chainsaw Joe Chaney taking on the Beast Jeremiah Millar. It's going to be a good matchup. They're on board number 4. You can watch along on ptc.tv. Gino scoring much better again.
100.
He goes from hot to cold to hot. And now he's on 164, and he's got plenty of time.
98.
And he almost just pauses just a split second more when he's throwing well versus not.
22.
Davey had his ducks in a row there, and that's not a good thing. Tops for Gino.
26.
Not going to get it done yet. Davey needs a big trouble here just to leave a finish.
60.
Not going to do that, so Gino still plenty of time here on tops if he needs it.
Game shot.
He did not.
6 leg is Davey to throw first. Game on.
And that we are still on throw. Gino up 3-2. 12 points higher on the average, but that's mainly because of that one leg.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal, that leg. And, you know, Davey got up there, hit that double one.
Yeah.
For a start. We were spared a little bit.
Yeah, because that could have taken a while. Davey definitely throwing below his average here in this match.
70.
Gino a bit above his CDC average, but it's dropping a bit as the match goes on, but that's mainly due to the fact that of that one leg still.
82.
Yeah, this season, Gino's averaging 78.5.
It's pretty much on par.
83.
Let me ask you this, because Davey going to the cross-border definitely sparked, I want to be here next year. Can that also put pressure on him more so, like as now like a goal that he has witnessed in person and now wants to attend? Can that do that?
I think a little pressure, but I'd have to err on the side of that it's a more of a positive inspiration more than pressure. I think pressure comes a little bit more from the level of expectations. So I think he's setting it up as a goal, and not so much as an expectation. And also, like, the public's not putting any pressure.
Right.
And I don't mean that disrespectfully. Not a ton of pressure on Davey Main to make the next cross border. There would be pressure on David Cameron, let's say. Do you know what I mean? Like, the expectation level is you're going to see David Cameron in the cross border, and if he wouldn't, that would be a storyline.
Right.
But if Davey falls short, it's going to be his own evaluation on where his year went.
Gino almost took out the big check out there. Oh, boy. And
21.
double trouble. Opens up the door here for Davey to tie it back up 3 apiece.
And I wonder, Sean and I in one part of the building here, it is quite warm. But even, it's June here in Philly, and so it's a little sticky, but I see it looks like Gino's sweating a little bit on his brow, so I'm curious as to, seems to be sweating a little bit, but he was acting as if his hands were cold. I don't know, maybe his hands are actually warm. But
he might be blowing on them instead
to dry them off. I don't know. I'm curious to follow up and see where Gino was.
And that could also just be one of his dart ticks that he does, because there's players that do that.
There's a lot of lickers and a lot of
there are a lot of liquors.
Talking to Jeff Good last night, I would come out of when I played, I would, I'd always want either a wet paper towel or a wet white towel or something to be able to clean my fingers while I was playing. Tops for Maine to tie us up. Double 10. So Gino Florian back up in the madhouse to take a 4-2 lead and a break a throw.
No score.
So Davey Main back at it.
Yeah, Gino's 0 for 8 on doubles in his leg. Oh, this has turned into the leg from 2 legs ago. Who wants it?
No score.
Not Gino yet.
Back and forth we go. Will it be the Canadian via Northern Ireland?
Game shot.
And 2-2s it is. We
7th
see
Vegas
it's
Gino
Davey's
to throw
coloring.
first. Game on.
His Irish coloring pattern. And then on his left sleeve there, a combo with the Northern Irish symbol
140.
superimposed on the Canadian flag. So
I'm just going to let you know that in my mind, when you said coloring, I was immediately went to that he's pale. When you brought up like
his shirt.
I was like, yeah, I guess he has reddish brown hair and he's pale. I don't know why we're having to bring up all that.
140.
Oh,
Back-to-back 140s for Gino Florian. The boys getting back on the beam in terms of scoring.
well, we just saw that right there. That was another like instance where Gino like did like a side eye after the third dart, and it's like you just went 140, 140, and those are those exact situations that we're talking about. Is he does even it out, and then he odds it out. Davey just trying to
100.
set up a finish, does so on the last dart, leaves the big fish.
Mm-hmm. And this is where, again, you know, it doesn't have to be 199 and 3 darts. Doesn't have to be the 180. Like, what just a fantastic start. And it's all going to be good from there. And that's, that's okay.
Yep.
I mean, your opponent's playing extremely well too, but he's got a big ask in front of him, and he's not going to be able to do it. So
81.
75. Start on the 17s, maybe. So an 18 for tops.
I like the kind of resettle there from him, but then he missed the big number anyway.
35.
That's like taking an iron off the tee and still hitting the rough.
I used to harp on it a lot more in the early days of doing commentary, but it is such a skill, and it's skill that just needs to be mastered because it's, you get to this level, you can't be missing the big dart. So, as a dart player at any level, Davey inside on the double 16. So Gino gets to look back at his 20s. I mean, part of your training regimen needs to just be working around the board, knowing that you can lock solidly hit that single.
Game shot.
Oh, and he pulls it out of the fire with a double 7.
Textbook.
To hold his throw. Was it early, like 1 or 2? We saw a double 18, double 7.
Yep.
From Gino.
Yeah, so he's hit that twice now.
100.
Yeah, it was leg number 1 actually that he did that. Again, just textbook. 50 checkout and 40 checkout. Gino right back around
137.
those trebles once again. Gets 2 of them. Their finishing has definitely been the killer, right? It's just, we can just call it that at this point. For either guy, they're going to sit there and think like, I could have won this many legs ago. Gino's only had 1 leg where he has not had at least 1 dart at a double, and 2 legs that he lost, he had over 5.
180.
Yeah, I think we get that in. That's a 180 for Gino Florian. The cheat code. Yeah, like you said, whichever of these players don't advance, that's what they're going to rue on. They're going to go back to, back to relax in the bar or back at their hotel room and, ponder what if the opportunities. And then, even the winner, is going to be happy to advance, but, there's going to be a little bit of time to analyze and just be like, there was way too much that I gave up in this leg, in this game, in terms of opportunities.
$58.
But the goal is always to win and advance. Gino's an opportunity to do that. Double 8.
36.
Does not go. He says, shoot. But he will be back.
He says, shoot, kids.
If you're a bad lip reader, that's what he said.
Gosh,
We don't
darn it.
need John Boy Media to come on board and do.
Oh, we would. I would love that.
76.
I can hear the guy's voice looking at the door player. Why? Why won't you go in?
That one was in.
No score.
No, it wasn't. Yes, it was.
in. Yes, it was. I kind of know what video you're talking about. Davey with a big ask of 1-3-1, but he's got to do it to stay alive.
Oh.
Looking for the triple 13. And so is that 65 left, I believe? No.
81.
I'm going to take your word for
I
it.
think it was
It was 65.
Yeah,
Shot
okay.
the match.
But
But
Gino
yep.
wins the match.
doesn't matter. Gino Florian gets that double 4.
Because nobody misses double 4.
Well, up until that point.
Everyone had. But Gino does get the job done. A 5-3 victory over Davey Main. Wins those last 2 legs on the spin. And a lot of double trouble in that match. I don't even want to add up how many doubles it took, but Gino was 2 for 2 in those first 2 legs, and that ends up being the difference here as he gets the job done, moves on to play the winner of our next match in the top 64. Will that be Ross Snook or will it be Albert Anstey? You want to talk about two guys in the top 128 matchup that are big names in our CDC and have been for a long time. It's these two, and these two have played each other once before in the past last year, and they shot well against each other. 95 average for Ross Snook to a 93 from Albert Anstey, and Anstey got the job done in that one, 5-3. But so I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Oh, absolutely. And, there was a sort of dangling participle when we brought both of these players up early that I want to leave until we got to them here. You talked about, Albert we were in Newfoundland and, what that meant in terms of, the crowd support. But with that comes a lot of pressure, right? And a lot of players don't always deliver on that. But Albert did, there's a lot of players who find it very, sometimes too difficult to deliver to a home crowd and the expectation levels. And, maybe you're trying to prep and there's a lot of people that want to say hi and check in and all that kind of good stuff. And it leads to a subpar performance that did not happen with Albert on Friday night. We saw just about everything from Albert.
It was wonderful. If you get a chance to go back and watch, if you're on Facebook and go back and watch that video of Albert Anstey Jr. took of Dad winning that match, and just Junior was running up and down the aisles, it was just such a cool moment with the stage shaking, with us there on comms. It was what a moment.
180s, ton plus finishes, it just amazing to feel that building move. When Albert hit that winning dart, and his opponent, we talked about, I've got to see Ross play recently, looking in form, and like you told us about their history, these guys have performed against each other. So I would say this is a pretty tasty matchup if you look up and down the draw today in the 128 stage. It's got to be a highlight of the matches. I think one other match that definitely would be considered a highlight is underway. So if you want to, what's going on with the Chainsaw and the Beast?
Yeah, so Beast is up 3-1. He was up 3-0. They're not averaging super high quality, but it's the first match of the day, and that tends to happen sometimes. But it's 3-1 Millar. Nick McKinnon from Alaska. On Charlie Harrison. It's a 1-1 scoreline there. Limburg is playing out there against Jimmy Jones. It's a 3-2 lead for Nick. Gary Mawson, last night's hero, is up 3-0 on Jeff Marinucci.
Local favorite, Nooch.
Good old Nooch. And then Leonard Gates up 1-0 now on Ben Goddard, who's an Evolution Tour and U-Tour player. His dad is also playing in the event today.
The Goddard boys.
Yep. So cool to see that. And then just getting started is Dougie Boehm taking on his best friend's son, Stowe A. Bunce.
So A. Bunce, and circling back to that first youth weekend that we had, Ben Goddard was the winner of the second junior CDC Junior Tour event, 17 and under. So Ben earning some points towards an appearance in Gibraltar at the end of the year to represent Team USA.
Yeah, what a cool experience that is every year for those individuals. And of course, if it was more than 2 or 3 years ago, you were playing against Luke Lither in those JDC World Championships and stuff. How cool is that, right?
It is very, very cool. Those young men, get to play against Luke, and you get to see other big PDC stars along the way. I remember there was a great photo of Caden Anderson playing a match, and he didn't, unbeknownst to him, Michael Van Gerwen was kind of peeking around the corner watching the match behind a curtain, and I know that was a great photo that Caden got to see later on. But wonderful experience put on by the JDC, the Junior Darts Corporation, that we are proud to be partners with.
Absolutely, and the partnership will continue
here. Sorry, Sean, to step on, but Albert stepped away, and I got just completely blinded by the Snook shoes. Talk about we've got some stylish dudes on the circuit, but Mr. Snook, the Rock, has sort of just killed it in the last couple of years with the style, with the coordination of the shirt and the shoes. I am loving it.
Yeah, and you can see those sparkle right there as he's walking back. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no other occasion where you can wear those except for flashy dart events, right? And I love that it's his thing.
It totally has been his thing, but man, oh man, does that outfit, he would fit well down in the great state of Texas. I tell you what,
I'm sure.
A dart event and shopping at HEB in Texas, those shoes would be very much appropriate.
And look at that, the man himself, the Philly sensation, Colin Rath, on the call for this one. It's good to see him. It was great to see him yesterday, and good to see him on staff with us this weekend. Back 6 years ago when I started with the CDC, which is crazy. I don't even know how long it's been. It's been that long. Colin was one of those first guys that I got to meet, and him and I have been very, very, very close friends ever since. And man, is he talented at what he does.
So we're underway here. Still at the 128 level. So we will step away after this match and take a much-deserved and much-needed break for a few minutes. Let you enjoy some of our sponsor spots, and then we'll be back and underway with the first 2 of our 4 matches at the top 64 level. We'll see both Adam Savada and Jeff Smith in the next session.
Yeah, you don't want to miss that, folks. Savada's taking on Curtis Hendy, who just got his tour card this past year. He's from Smith Falls, Ontario, which is where Jake McMillan is from. So they played against each other. They played against each other all the time.
Speaking of Captain Canada, me and Pete Cetera caught up with him in Toronto, and he's eyeballing a comeback.
Good.
He's thinking that we may see Mr. McMillan in 2027.
But new tour card holder there for Curtis, and he got Savada right out the gate, which is it was a fun conversation with him yesterday about all that. But yeah, excited to see how he performs in a big moment here. But so far,
100.
Albert struggling early on. Snooki, though, after 12, sitting on 135. The Rock versus the Islander.
95. Ross Shirkar, 135.
Ross lives in Ottawa, Ontario, which is interesting, not to be confused with the Providence. And Albert represents the entire Burin Peninsula in Newfoundland.
And I think each and every person was in Deer Lake for the cross-border.
There were quite a few of them, that is for sure. I know Junior's here with Dad this weekend because he played in the qualifier last night. So you mentioned sometimes, having family there can be a good thing and a bad thing, as Snooki takes out the first leg on a 16 darter. Great hole to throw for Ross to get us started here in leg number 1.
Yep, indeed, a great way to open up, build the confidence. First to 5, so a great foundation for Ross Snook.
And he's all around that treble. Only 60 scored, but that could have been way better there. Count them on up. 1, 2, 3 there from Anstie. But as we look around, back around the venue, we got a 3-0 lead here for Leonard Gates on Ben Goddard. 4-1 lead on Nooch is Gary Mawson, and then 4-3 Nick Lindberg over Jimmy Jones. Jones 87 to Lindberg's 87. So that's a heck of a matchup going on, and Chainsaw has tied it up 3 apiece against Millar.
Yeah, that's a good comeback from down 3-1 against a player of Millar's caliber.
96.
And if you are looking to see a fantastic matchup, board number 3, warming up right now, is two U.S. Darts Masters qualifiers, and Alex Bowman taking on the Nightmare Fred Krueger. So you can get a good look at Fred, who actually defeated Spellman in weekend number 1.
100.
So he has some confidence heading into this one. I'm interested to see how Fred plays, right? Because you find out an hour before the event starts that you're going to go to MSG, and those everything that you've wanted to achieve is accomplished.
Yep.
And how do you settle those nerves, right?
And yeah, well, because there was so much emotion,
Right.
I think that's where you could tell how much it meant to him and where his mind was. So to take that and then have to take on Spellman, but thankfully, I think for Fred that those things were addressed. He had a few matches now to settle things up, and we'll see how he comes out of the gate. I'm trying to find
Bullseye.
36.
Just a bit outside.
Trying to find in the bracket where the Cheney and Millar, like where they're sitting in the bracket.
They're going to be in group 4, I believe.
Yeah. Okay, got them. So we'll let this finish.
They both missed the bullseye in the exact same spot. 48 plays 48. It'll be double 16 here for Anstie to put a leg on the board.
32.
And not going to get that job done there.
48.
So an opportunity to break now for Snook. He's going to go tops. Now double 10.
28.
And both of them unable to take advantage of the 48 left. Back over to you, Albert Anstie.
Game shot in the second leg. Albert Anstie.
First start.
Third leg is
Holds his throw in leg 2, and we're all knotted. 1 apiece in a race to 5 versus Snook and Anstie. I was just curious to go back to, let's see what the current match score. We left them at 3-3. Cheney not only comes back, but takes the lead up 4-3 on Millar. And, Sean, as well as I do, those are 2 interesting guys to watch. We know their pedigrees. And quite honestly, even though, I'd looked it up to make sure, Millar has won an event, right? but still, from a guy like Jeremiah Millar and a guy from like Joe Cheney, like they have underperformed. They've not really flourished in the CDC in the years that they've kind of like quite honestly dipped their toe a little bit. I don't know that either one of them has really dedicated it, but those guys are top 8 guys. If they if they play the way that they can play and they show up at all these events, you're looking at event winners and guys that are regulars in the Continental Cup. So it's interesting to sort of see what where they are in the bracket, and they're in there with David Cameron, the 3, and Braden Hall, a runner-up last weekend and a 14 seed in Robinson. But there's no reason why the guy that comes out of that class right now can't really, make a run into the quarters or semis.
Right. Well, it's going to be Joe Cheney because he went 5 legs on the spin against Jeremiah Millar, averaged almost 82 by the end of it. So,
and that is going to eat at Millar to no end.
Yeah, hands down. To lose 5 legs straight is always annoying, but to do it when you're already up 3-0 is a whole different story. Live here in Philadelphia for event number 3, the DJD Darts Masters. It is about 94 degrees outside here in Philadelphia, PA. Beautiful day here in Philly.
100.
It's a good day for some water ice.
A beautiful Italian water ice shop right down the road. What a refreshing
97.
treat.
Albert, you require 80.
Yeah, there is one right around the corner. Anstey should get 1 dart here at tops. This to break the throw of Snook and take a 2-1 lead.
60.
He will be back. Yeah, literally about a block away from us. It is a nice little bodega / restaurant that the gentleman who owns it is 81 years old, and he actually is the one who cooks everything, and his parents bought it when he was born 81 years ago.
Wow.
Good old
That's
Gus.
Cool legacy stuff.
Albert does take out that for the break of throw, and now a 2-1 lead. There it is.
100.
Someone screenshotted Gino's picture for us, which is wonderful.
99. 41. 58.
Only 58 from Snooki. Charlie Harrison's up 4-3 on Nick McKinnon out there. Doug Bain up 3-1 on Stowe A. Bunce.
60.
Spellman 1-0 lead early on against Kruger. Our seeded players have all moved on so far in the top 64. Lindbergh, Mawson, and Gates.
Yeah, at the next break, maybe in the next segment in the break, we'll go over the seeds.
Yep.
Something to let everybody in on. Who were the 16 seeds coming into today's event and
84.
where we got that seeding.
Snooki has struggled a little bit
41.
here, scoring-wise, the last couple legs. Albert, not the highest scorer in the game, but he's consistent enough with the scoring to where you're going to want to be on, or else you're going to find yourself in trouble against him.
100.
I just see a nice 140 there from Albert, right on cue.
Yeah, to your point, it's consistent. It's consistent and persistent, right? And then and he's always strong enough on his doubling that he will stay in it and then take advantage of opportunities, even when they're big opportunities he can cash in.
Just like this, double 8.
60. Ross, you require 130.
Just a bit outside. Good looking darts though, but let's see. Can Ross? No, not even a look at the bullseye. So double 8 for Albert.
Albert, you require
You know,
16.
yeah, if he takes this double 8s, it's sort of exactly what we were talking about. Just enough scoring to be right in there as a threat. Boom. He sets himself up for that double. And then first dart, double 8, puts Albert up 3-1.
These are one of the last 3 legs on the spin.
83.
First to 5 legs here on the last 128. This is our last 128 matchup that we have on our main streaming board. Reminder, coming up after our short commercial break will be Adam Savada taking on Curtis Henty, and then Jeff Smith versus Dan Benner. No,
Jason Wilbur.
Jason Wilbur, excuse me.
85.
And again, we've talked about it all the weekend, so let's fill in everybody who's watching along. We play a PDC style of darts in the CDC, so you have some seeds, but you also have a large part of the field that sort of gets drawn. But you get drawn into a group, and that group gets assigned to a board. So even if you go out to the tournament floor, or you follow on Dart Connect, the players will stay on a board, and then they will just stay there until you have a board winner, right? So right here on the streaming, we tend to do the same thing now. We don't cherry pick. We can and we have in the past, but this just
59.
it feels nice to flow through this. We will take a group, assign them to a board. So that's why you will see we get to see Jason Wilbur back up and Gino Florian, and then the new players that come in the later rounds. So we will see this whole group until we have an overall winner from this group, and then we'll bring some new faces from around the tournament in at the quarterfinals, semis, and of course final stage.
Absolutely. And
137.
it's always unsurprising how often the winner of our main streaming board ends up making a deep run. As Anstey.
You mean who we've got on our feature board?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the
99.
groups are also picked by a lot of times, which the hot seeds or the fan favorites and things. And oh, look at that, a nice. Oh, what a great shot of the Ross Snook shoes. I mean, I'm feeling Liberace. I'm feeling Elvis. The comeback tour in '68.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you can just see how much they sparkle right there. And I feel like that would be distracting for me to look down, look up,
Hey, might even be a sort of, tournament no. You're blinding your opponent. You raise your shoe a little bit. You point the lights at their eyes right at an important double. Oh, boy. But what a good way to walk up the ladder for Snook on 80 and, claws back a leg there. That was a very important hole to throw. But the scoring has been really ramped up by these two boys.
Yeah, A squared goes 140-140 to start off this leg.
And it keeps coming for Albert Anstey.
135.
You did not like losing that last leg, I think.
No, we talked to him last night. I'm trying to, off the top of my head, recall what match, but it was a good match. He played well, just came up short, and, somebody uttered the phrase like, a good loss or something to that effect, in that his form was good, and he just sort of looked at everybody lockjawed like, there's no such thing as a good loss. It's, it's win or be done. And Albert Anstey cashes in on 86. Was that a 14 darter, I think?
It was a 14 darter.
A beautiful 14 darter for Albert to hold his throw there and put him one leg away.
It was either 14 or 11.
No, it was a 14, I think, because he had a 140, 140, 135.
And
That was his.
then 2
So
darters.
it's 3. Oh,
They had
you're
11.
right.
Yep.
You're right. You're right. And 11. My bad.
That's all right. I had to rethink about it, and I was like, wait a second. He had 2
Yeah.
major or 3 real big turns. Spellman up 3-1 on Kruger. He's averaging 96 in the process. Kruger's 86. We got Drew Anuski, local
140.
favorite, taking on Gavin Nickel, the legacy. 1-1 scoreline there. Tyler Reddy, up-and-coming Canadian player, up 2-0 on Michael Riley.
80.
So Freddie was full of confidence going into his matchup against the Jackal. Maybe he bit off a little too much, more than he could chew.
A lot of people do that against Alex Bowman, though.
This is true.
47.
Of course, Alex got the rest yesterday. Didn't have to play in the qualifier,
100.
which can make a difference at times
Oh,
for having
No, I mean, between the practice time and the mental, competition, and if you go late in it, especially something like a qualifier where I mean, everybody's got an equal chance to compete. But let's be fair, you if you don't win the thing and you only finish 8, 16, it's wasted effort to a degree, right? So he got a chance to stay refreshed, get to bed early, have a meal, and have at it today.
Well, this is for the match. And again, just cleans up that first start so nicely.
Game, shot,
And
the match.
another fantastic 12 darter from Albert Anson. Goes 11 and 12 the last 2 legs to win that that match 5-2 over Ross Nook.
And we'll see him advance into a tie up with Gino Florian.
Which that's going to be interesting. Those are 2 very distinct, different throwing styles. And interesting to see how that plays out. But, of course, we've mentioned it already. Coming up next, the man who has all the stamina in the world with basically how often he wins events or makes finals in them, and Adam Savada as he takes on Curtis Hendy. And then we have Jeff Smith taking on Jason Wilbur. We'll be right back with that and more from the DJD Darts Masters right after this.
This is sports' biggest party! New York City, are you ready? The best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City! It's the Bet365 US Darts Masters.
Game on.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mikhail's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
Welcome back to the DJD Darts Master, coming to you live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Welcome back, everyone, live here for the DJD Darts Masters, event number 3 on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship, live here in Philadelphia, PA. Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, this one, I mean, this man needs no introduction, that's for sure, and Adam Sabata as he takes on newcomer to our tour, Curtis Hendy.
No, a great way to dive into this second segment. I mean, Savata wins both in weekend 1, goes the distance last night, so Adam doesn't look to be, letting up at all. And, we talked about him looking to lock down his spot at MSG, and he's sitting in pole position. So the more that he just keeps racking up wins and points, the better it is for Adam.
And honestly, the worse it is going to be for Jeff Smith, because if Jeff Smith wins his next match, they'll play each other, and Jeff needs to win that more than Adam does.
Mm-hmm.
I would say.
But that's the fun of what we have set up, right? The competition. But you made a great point as well. I mean, Adam's going to keep winning. It's his first job. But secondarily, it'll be, if he doesn't go the distance, he'll all of a sudden pull out the maple leaf and be rooting for a Canadian player, right? If a Canadian wins this event, then Adam seemingly would have the United States spot locked up.
Well, I like Hendy's throw. He lifts his chin up a little bit more than I would typically like to see from someone who's trying to throw like more loose, right? You can see it here. He just kind of tilts up a little bit as he.
Yeah, not much of a slowdown, no, on the backswing. Like, no setup. It's come back and then release.
And of course, Adam, just, I mean,
nice and steady. Great shots from production.
nothing to it. Chomping on his gum, ready to go. Of course, Colin Rath again, our referee and caller for this one. And here we go.
And before we get underway, a quick look out on the floor. Mawson through, Gates through, Bain through. So the seed's starting to get through Nicklenburg. And then just of mention, Fred Kruger pushes back on Spellman. They're locked at 4-piece, going to a decider for who stays alive here at the DJD Darts Masters.
Yeah, I'm looking at our stats page, and unfortunately it is not updated from weekend number 1, but Adam now with 10 event titles to his name.
Mm-hmm.
Just made the finals in the cross-border this past cross-border, and so now his 4 game and his stage game are starting to kind of mesh up a little bit. And if that ends up happening, the sky's the limit for Savada.
Oh, really is. I mean, that's the, you know, we watched him really take his defeat in Newfoundland really rough to David Cameron. You know, we went into that match with the privilege of doing it together, and we talked. Those were both guys who needed a CDC major, right? So Cameron gets that on his resume, and Adam's still looking for that success on a staged setting. You know, and he's going to have an opportunity before even the MSG gets there. He's going to Germany. He's going to partner up with Stowe Bunce. But you're right. We know how if that spark, you know, is lit on stage, Savada's, you know, sky is truly the limit on Adam Savada. We've seen how well his scoring and just all phases of the game. And once that gets put together on stage, boy, look out.
He just doesn't have a lot of weaknesses to his game. It really
no, it's true. It's power scoring with lethal checkouts. You know, combinations are not a challenge to him when he's grooving, and then, you know, just even when he steps to the line, you know, like this is a, you know, big. And of course, he was not going to hit it, but you know, he's got that flow of 2 darts, and even when he's coming to the line and he just needs a 888, those darts are crisp and smooth when he's just firing all the way.
Well, Hindi an opportunity here at 126 to break the Reaper right away. Needs to find that treble. Does not do so. So he will be back.
62.
Adam, 6 does go in, so 2 darts to the double here in leg number 1 for Savada. It's a 20-dart hole to throw at the end of the day, but it will do.
56.
56 to open up this one, though, for Savada. And Andy is scoring extremely well.
84.
So since I'll follow up on a little something, if you've been watching us, everybody, we watched Gino Florian seemingly start to get uncomfortable, and I was figuring out, like, we've been in some parts of the building that's a little warm and muggy, and what was it like? It sounds like right there on stage is pretty comfortable by all accounts, but the hall is a little cool. So, okay, you know, they've probably ramped up a little AC just by a necessity. You don't want too much of a breeze, but we've got, you know, nearly probably 100 people down there between players and staff. So just sort of following up on something we watched, Gino worrying about the temperature and the feel of his hands.
No, I think that's a great point, and of course, it just makes us jealous. But we do
because they're not boiling like we are up here in commentary.
Yeah, we do have a portable AC unit, window unit that is just facing us directly, and it's doing its job for the most part, which is nice. It definitely could have been a lot worse up here for 94 degrees outside.
Indeed, we're not melting yet.
44.
We got miles to go before we sleep, my friend.
Well played. Well played, sir.
Got a little Robert Frost thrown in there.
All right. Results. The man stays with a hot hand, puts out the jackal again. Fred Krueger,
He came back.
5-4.
Wow.
And just like the movie character, he won't go away.
He won the last 4 legs on the spin.
He will haunt Alex Spellman in his dreams.
And he did those last 4 legs in 18, 15, 16, and 18.
That's why the guy's going to MSG, man.
Yep.
David Cameron locked up 3 apiece, which big implications, talking about we were looking at Millar and Cheney. Cheney gets that, but they're in a group with the, I think, 3 seed in David Cameron. So, if Cameron gets dispatched, that opens up that whole group in a big fashion. Hendy looking to hold his throw. 3 just on the outside, and those are darts that a guy like Curtis Hendy can't afford to miss.
No, not when you're playing the Reaper.
No, exactly. It's not about Curtis himself. It's about you're playing the 1 seed. You're playing a hot hand in Zavada. It's your throw. That sort of stuff that, you can't afford to let those go by.
Well, it's not every day you see a 13 checkout.
Indeed.
But that's what we got right there.
Indeed, but he handled it expertly.
And looking else around the venue here, Brian McKenzie, Ron Sargent, it's 3-2 lead for McKenzie. Liam McNeil, young.
Yes, sir. A winner in weekend 1 on the Evolution Tour.
I saw him in Cleveland last year, and I was like, oh, this kid's going to be good. Just based on his throw alone, he's tall for his age too. But 3-2 lead on Patrick Gariglia. And then Mike Scarborough, Eddie Pope. It's a 1-0 lead for Scarborough currently out there.
Yeah, I would highly recommend keeping an eye on our junior and evolution stages. Couple of really interesting players at that level right now that it's worth keeping an eye on as they not only compete at that level, but start to mature and develop here in North America.
28.
I had one of them on the most recent episode of Shooting the Bull, and I encourage everybody to go on YouTube and check that out. Zachary Meeks, winner of 2 of the 3 Evolution events, a very well-spoken young man, and was very impressed with his game. Another well-rounded player, scored well with very good board management.
95.
That's better from Curtis, but Savada on 167 after 12. He has time. Would like a treble here. Just
59.
bring it down a little bit more. Does not do that. Former Evolution Tour champion Joey Lenall about to get started against Ricky Boudreau.
Adam Iroquois, 108.
Yeah, I will, let's be frank and honest. We'd love to increase the participation numbers on our youth, and those are challenges that we're, trying to address and tackle, which is, a lot of times it's the geography thing. If you think, the geography challenges in both the U.S. and Canada are daunting on an adult level, they're threefold when it comes to youth players, because you've got family that must travel, and Adam Savada puts in double 8 in the 3rd leg and opens up a 3-0 advantage. We're still at a 1st to 5 here as we open up the round of 64 here at the DJD Darts Masters.
Savada takes a 3-0 lead with 2 breaks of throw here.
We've had some quality. We've had some players come through our system in the Jacob Womacs and Kiefer Durhams and Joey Lanaz and Gavin Nichols that are, doing, setting themselves up to be long-term fixtures on the championship dart circuit.
22.
And competitive while doing so.
Did you mention Braden Hall?
I did not mention Braden Hall, but that's exactly. Oh, I am sure. I easily did not mention another 6 players that I could.
Well,
but
yeah,
exactly, Braden Hall right now is probably the sterling example. We saw him. He is going to be a CDC champion. You can bet your butt on it.
77.
Yeah, I mean, if he continues to play at the level he's playing and continues to improve the way that he is, absolutely.
125.
Savada has not been the cleanest here in this, but he's up 3-0. A 1-2-5 after a 140-140 starting this leg. So he's back at Reaper status.
81. Adam, you require 90.
Taking on Curtis Hendy, again from Smith Falls, Ontario. Double 18, which is Adam's bread and butter, but now he's
78.
wondering if he should go straight at the double 9. He does so. But it was a very conservative double 9.
And he'll be back. Big opening, for Adam. He's getting his scoring boots on, and that, allows you exactly what we've talked about in their first dart, and that's a 13 darter for Savada. That's what that strong scoring allows you to get into a position where, you're down on doubles and your opponent's, 170s, 190s, 210s ish. You buy that extra round at least, if not an extra 6.
Man, the matches are going on out there. David Cameron just gets past BJ Pollock 5-4. It just happened there. So just squeaks that out. But we got 3-3 scoreline, 4-4 scoreline, 1-1, 1-1. And then, of course, this one 4-0.
100.
Again, the match coming up next will be Jeff Smith taking on Jason Wilbur. And we will not bring you a commercial break in between this match and that one.
We'll talk. We'll go over, see who the seeds were for the weekend and any other sort of things that we've got to talk about.
Love it.
We'll check out the chat and all that good stuff.
I will avoid that minefield, but you have at it.
100.
Well, it's nice to check in and wade in the water. I don't always come back out with my fingers and toes, but
You're taking a dip.
100.
Yeah, Adam and the CDC has just been lightning. Of course, his win percentage well over 80%, which is just insane. Average almost 90 for his entire CDC career, which is also fantastic.
mm-hmm.
There's almost not enough stuff you can say. How much of a superstar this guy has become.
Oh, big darts from Curtis Hendy. 140 pushes back a little bit, but here, once again, Savada on double 9. So 2 4s.
10 score.
Well,
Curtis, you require 78.
not yet.
This is it. 78 beckons for Curtis Hendy to stay alive in the DJD Darts Masters.
That's a tough first start because, if you just stay straight, you'll get a dart at a double. Now he doesn't even get a look at it.
Adam, you require 8.
Does the wipe off with his hand. And Savada,
Game, shot.
kill shot on the double 4.
Nice and smooth. Puts the match down and advances into the round of 32.
Yeah, Savada, 5-0 victory there over Curtis Hendy. I actually was impressed with the way Hendy played. For the most part, he didn't do a whole lot terribly wrong. Averaged 72. Could have been a little bit better, but also could have been a lot worse when you're taking on someone like Adam Savada. And well, sometimes it just happens. As if you want to run through the seeds, that'd be great. But you can talk to me as we get.
Yeah, I mean, well, but I mean, to put a period on that. I mean, those are the learning things, right? I mean, that's that's where you've got to go, sometimes you got to go in the barrel and play the 1 seed, and that's how you learn. But like you said, there were things in there that you saw that impressed you in his throw, in some of his scoring and decision making and stuff. So those are good things. Those are things to learn and grow on. So let's pull up the bracket, and I wish there was a way. Let's see. Got to navigate Dart Connect. I don't know if they list them 1 to 16 somewhere. I don't think so.
You talking about the board calls?
No, the seeds. Like essentially, what I
gotcha.
can do is I can write them down, but that would just take a whole bunch of time. So what I'm going to do is we'll go from the from the groups from top to bottom. So what that will do is it'll be the seeds in each group, right?
Yep.
So the top group has the 1 seed Adam Savada, joined by the 16 seed Hasi Hicks, and then as you move down, the always interesting 8-9 clash, right? You've got the 8 in Nick Lindberg, and on the other side is the 9 Joey Lanaw. So we've those 2 guys still alive, battling it out, and could be facing a clash in the final 16. We move into the third group. Danny Young came in. Let me back up. Leonard Gates was the 4 seed in Group 3, joined by his Texas resident Danny Young. Danny the 13, but came in today based on illness, withdrew from the event. So Gates is the only seed in that group. We move down to the 4th group, and Alex Spellman, the 5, we know he's been dispatched, but he comes in as the big seed in that group, and that'll open some things up. The 12 seed Jason Roker is in that. So we've got names like Hayhurst, Kruger, and Widmeyer in that 4th group. So we'll be interesting to see how that goes. Now we move to the bottom half of the bracket, and in Group 5, Stowe Bunce, the big seed in that, the 2, joined by the 15 seed Brandon Goddard. But we've got a big clash coming up between Stowe Bunce and Ram Guevara, okay? So that's going to really dictate a lot of what goes on in Group 5. We move down to Group 6. The 7 seed Doug Boehm is joined by the 10 Larry Butler. Another always interesting matchups later in the event. 7-10s are always compelling, pretty close players. So if we see a Boehm Butler, that will put us on the edge of our seats. Moving down to Group 7, I believe it is. David Cameron, we've talked about the 3, joined by Jack Robinson. Cameron gets through, so still alive in that group. And the last group is Gary Mawson, last night's qualifier winner. He's the 6th seed. He's still alive. He is in your last 32, and he is joined by the newly minted CDC Hall of Fame. John Part is your 11th seed, and John is probably in play as we speak. So those are your 16 seeds based on the 2-year CDC Order of Merit, and that's how you earn seedings for the regular season main events, Sean Green.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for running through those. It's you never really can tell. And you don't know who's here, who's not here for the weekend to know like what seeds, like Daryl Christie not being here affects that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things like that. So as they are going for the bowl here, Jeff Smith, the silencer, taking on Jason Wilbur, who we saw play in our first match of the day. Is it more of an advantage of being able to play playing first before you end up having to play?
By all accounts, you mean who's in a better position, Smith or Wilbur? I mean, probably 100 out of 100 dart players will tell you they want to be Jason Wilbur. Because no matter what seed you are, what your resume is, players will always have it in their head. He's been up here on this stage before. He got to play a match before me, and he's going to have an advantage of me. So whether it's true or not, the players truly believe it.
That's a fun shirt from the silencer today.
It's sort of an artsy, floating silencer head thing. But what a a good 25 there from Jason Wilbur. But it was the dart from Jeff previously was about as centered in the bull. And I'm not going to say it out loud, but Gordon and DJ will tell you where that spot was in the bull.
Yep.
So sort of a precursor here that how well Jeff might be on things. And for those, here we go. I like going down geeky dart things. For those people out there who may not play this type of darts, and why did they pull it and everything? How come? We've been inspired. We play PDC darts, so we call it a CDC bullshot rule. There is no outside. You don't measure anything, right? So the first player throws. It's either in the green 25, the red 50, or outside. You pull it and acknowledge it, and your opponent now has to, either match that or exceed it. And you do that until you have a winner. So, the winner ultimately has to have a 25 or a 50, and that's what we saw. Even though Jason was in the 25 green, Jeff was in the 50 red. Hence, he wins the bull, and now Jeff will throw in all of the odd legs all the way through 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 if we get that far, and even as the day progresses. And there's no rebull. If people are wondering, hey, it's a tie-breaking leg, how come they're not rebulling? We don't do that. So it puts a ton of importance on that opening bull. And that's a 180 for Jason Wilbur.
His first of the day. Happened in the second match of the day. And
54.
Jeff Smith has a lot of motivation, right? And he wants to get back to MSG. He wants to be back. He's the king of New York when he's there. And it's definitely his main motivation is to get back there on that stage. And by making a good run today and tomorrow, he might have the ability to do that. Brayton Hall right now is out there playing against Mike Campagna, who's another local hero, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, former, I think he's won Mr. Philadelphia, and he also plays in the Philadelphia Premier League. Camp.
I think Camp's the current Mr. Philadelphia.
I'm sure he is. You know what? Miss Brittany Jasinski has given me some stats, so I will confirm that in a minute. She's prepped us for previous weekends on.
We got Terry Hayhurst up 2-1 on Danny Rossano. And Mike Scarborough up 3-2 on Eddie Pope.
You are correct. Michael Campagna is the reigning Mr. Philadelphia. Pat on the back for Sean Green for getting, and he's won. They have majors down here. He's 5-time Dick McGuinness winner, 2-time Frank Ennis winner, 2-time Dan Valetto, and a 2-time Larry Wiz winner. So,
60.
Boy, oh boy, Camp's been hot the last 5 or 6 years. Thank you again to Miss Brittany for that info. If you haven't been down to Philadelphia and you're on the East Coast and you're a dart player, you got to get down here. Multiple big leagues, big singles leagues. Columbia Social Club right here is, festooned with legendary Philadelphia players. They don't have board numbers, they have board names.
Yep.
And some of the legendary players in the United States are on those boards downstairs.
Well, Jeff 0-2 on the double so far.
Game shot.
But he does split that there and hits it.
Second leg is Jason to throw first. Game on.
So a little slow out of the gate, but Jeff will take a hold to throw to open things up.
Yes, he will.
140.
I can tell you, I talked to Stowe earlier out there. He's playing Ram, getting started with Ram now, and Ram's up 1-0. And Stowe definitely was like, whew, it feels like hot garbage right now. And I was like, all right. But for them, warming up doesn't mean anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can figure that out. It's been almost probably 2 hours since I talked to him then.
Indeed. Yeah, and so many dart players, you'll hear them just talk about the inverse, like, boy, oh boy, I didn't feel good in my practice, and I just, like you said, I felt like hot garbage, and then just have some super great results when they get into a match, and it happens quite the opposite, that, boy, my prep felt great, I was on top of everything, and those 2 words, game on, happened, and it just all went away, so.
25.
Jason goes 140, 131, and then 25 because it's what you do in darts.
Oh boy, all right, now you opened up. All right, super geeky. I read an actual whole column and analysis years ago. I'm talking 20, 25 years ago when I was playing and in the depth of it, and I want to give credit to the site, and I can't think. I think it might have been Cyber Darts or somewhere else. There'll be a handful of people out there that'll get that, but it was something about the third. There's a third turn jinx or something. And I started noticing it. If you open up well, it changes your mindset. There's an expectation level that you're going to repeat those big darts, and it was this whole analysis. And as I started watching people, it really became true about the third turn after you score big the first two.
60.
Well, I'm interested to look for it.
I didn't describe that correctly, but I bought into it big time when I read it, and then started to sort of watch it play out.
100.
Well, Wilbur has time here. 84 left, and he has 6 darts at least at it.
Double 18?
Game shot.
Double 18 it is. We saw Jason effectively use those 18s in his first round match, and what a good answer.
Yeah.
Right? To Smith's hold the throw in leg 1.
That was a great answer.
96.
Does it beautifully first dart, too. He's 1 for 2 on his doubles. It's not very often that Smith doesn't even get a look at a double in the leg. He did not get one there. But this looks a lot better.
180.
As that's a 180 from Jeff Smith. No, that's all right. Leaves himself 225 after 6. It is his throw. First to 5 legs still.
95.
This is our second of 4 last 64 matches. We will take a short commercial break at the end of this leg, or at the end of this match, not this leg. That'd be weird. And when we come back,
It's just going to take off,
right,
everybody.
Like, we're out of here. Hossie Hicks versus Ian Shaw, and Gino Florian versus Albert Anstey when we come back. But we got a lot of darts here left to be played.
100.
Speaking of a lot of darts to be played, couple updates. Liam McNeil actually came back and beat Patrick Gariglia, who was up 4-3, 5-4. Ronald
Big
Sargent
win for that young man.
Yes, it was. Ronald Sargent over Brian McKenzie, 5-3, and then Joey Lanal, 5-1 over Ricky Boudreau.
85.
And averaged 89 in the process there for Joey. It's good to see.
2 10s for Jeff Smith in leg 3.
Game shot.
And 2 10s it is
Fourth
on
leg,
his
Jason
second
throw
dart.
first. Game on.
Edges out to a 2-1 advantage. Hold the throw throughout so far. And looking into the chat, we've got a question, and I will follow up after. I just want to acknowledge, we want to congratulate Darren Young, Pennsylvania's own Darren Young. Let's see, 2 in the bed.
140.
Had to take a pause there. Pennsylvania's own Darren Young joins his 2 fellow classmates, John Part and Larry Butler, as the inaugural class of the CDC Hall of Fame. We had a quick little ceremony for Darren. He was on site. Boy, oh boy, was the room thrilled to see Darren. I could not have been, a nicer moment for a nicer guy to sort of get that love.
55.
It was, he was here to be honored, and I hope he felt that way, and I hope we honored him in a proper way. If you want to see it was just a few minutes of an intro, and Darren had a few really great words. You can find that on the CDC social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, and TikTok. Search up @ChampDarts. But wonderful room, and congratulations to Big Daddy Darren Young. So the question was to follow his induction into the Hall of Fame. Has he retired from darts? He has not. The Philadelphia Open in January, I think he was out competing. But I think he certainly is. He's taken a step away from playing competitive like CDC level darts. So he's still playing a little bit. He's just enjoying life with his lovely wife, Holly.
Yep.
In the mountains of Pennsylvania, living it up, fishing and hunting. And, Darren is doing great. Just if those out there who want to know, he's doing wonderful. He looked fantastic and was really, I think, moved and honored by the sentiments in the room to acknowledge a great CDC career. Let's put it that way. That's what we were focusing on.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, talked to him a little bit last night. It's always a pleasure to get to talk to Darren. Because on top of his game as a dart player, he's also just one of the best humans for the game. But someone asked him if he missed the itch of playing. He goes, well, I definitely have the itch, but now it's for golf and fishing.
Well, there you go. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what sometimes in life things, you're still a competitive person, but you may change it to a different discipline. And yeah, he's out there trying to chase a little ball around a big yard.
He's a single-digit handicap golfer too.
Is he?
Yep. So he's a pretty good golfer.
I mean, with the amazing hand-eye coordination that takes to be double 18 for Jeff Smith and leg 4, 2 9s.
Game shot.
2 9s it is, and that is our first break, and it opens up a 2-leg cushion for the silencer. With the great hand-eye coordination that it takes to be an amazing dart player, you would imagine that it does translate a little bit to the game of golf, to the wonderful game of golf, as per Sean Green.
Well, it's the thing it's the sport I'm best at for sure. Definitely not darts. Only 70 to start off with there from Wilbur. Did just get broken. So would love to break right back to stay on throw, but when the silencer starts rolling, he's tough to beat. As we look around the venue real quick because we got some big matches
bring us
going
because
on.
I know that the highlight in green is one we want to deliver.
Yep.
Give us that.
Stowe Bunts up 3-1
Yes,
currently
sir.
on Ram Kavar Jr. John Part up 3-0 on Ed Lebec. Sean Mitchell up 1-0 on John Chuffaletti. Larry Butler up 3-0 on Steve Krikorian. 3-2 lead for Braden Hall over Michael Campagna. And then Terry Hayhurst is up 4-2 on Danny Rossano.
So let me ask you, because I don't want to make any assumptions. Are you familiar with the Hayhurst?
I am not.
I suspected you may not be.
Yep.
Terry is one of those players that was amazing as a young man. Like, amazing. Like, he beat Terry Jenkins in, let's see, 2 in the bed.
135.
Oh, it's a set-up shot for Jeff, and as Jeff opens up with 3 tons and now a 135 to set up 66 after 12 darts. We'll say some Hayhurst talk after. We'll see if Jeff Smith can take out this 66.
Okay.
58.
One dart at double 18.
48.
Oh, and he's normally so effective on those double 18s.
He's got plenty of time, though, which is why he will probably split. We saw him on 18 last time go 10 for double 4. He cleaned that up very nicely.
58.
See if he does the same thing right here. 10.
Game shot.
Double 4.
Oh, look at that double 4. So a quick, Hayhurst update. So Terry was back in the day, which it seems like quite a while ago, but Jay Tomlinson, Clive Einan were in North America here running under the banner of the PDC North American Tour, but they were also ranked events in the early days of the PDC. So players would come over here and play and earn world ranking points. So you had events all over the continent that you'd see players of the day, the Colin Lloyds and Terry Jenkins and Dennis Ovens and Phil Taylors and all those come over. And, you know, Terry was, you know, 17, 18, 19-year-old player in the mix. I mean, he took out some big names. Like I said, top of mind, I remember Terry Jenkins, you know. So he was the next great player that was going to come out of Canada. I mean, great.
Yep.
And Terry, just life took over a little bit for Terry. His 20s were a little rough and tumble, as I know myself, which just put Terry a little bit on the side. Still competed, but needed to take some time away, and rightly so. And he's doing great, and it was great to see him. And now he's gotten back to the real competitive itch, and I've talked to him quite a bit, and he's excited about trying to get back into the CDC with a real serious mindset, and I mean making runs at the top echelon of what we've got to offer here with the CDC in North America. Like, you know, the Titan is his nickname, and the Titan Terry Hayhurst is eyeballing stuff like the Alley Pally, and
I love that.
you know, it's in the arm, and let's see if it can be all put together.
Well, he did beat Danny Rusano 5-2. And that's a fantastic setup there from Wilbur. But Smith up 4-1 here is the problem.
140.
And Jeff's fine with losing this leg.
Mm-hmm.
And he's honestly on 120 in case Jason misses 97.
And those are the things that Jeff Smith does. Wow, I really walked into his nickname. I was going to say, like, he just quietly, like, you know, we had a match there for a little bit, and just sort of slowly, steadily, and quietly, like, boom, he's 4-1 poised to just put the match away.
And he's going to get a dart here at tops for the match.
Game shot.
And there it is.
Jeff Smith.
What a dart from Jeff Smith, the 120 checkout.
It's just exactly, it went from, you know, did Jason open it up, or no? He won the second one, but
Yep.
Oh yeah, I remember we talked. It was a good answer to Jeff's opening, you know, and it's just, and then Jeff just takes over. I have to give him the credit he deserves. Like, he still just has that solid gear. I think you've talked about it before, that his floor is a lot higher than most guys in the room. He's not going to dip too far, and he's got a great big ceiling, and it's always going to be consistent and dangerous.
And deadly on those doubles, 5 for 10 in that match. He will take on Adam Sabata. But coming up next is 2 more top 64 matches. Hossie Hicks taking on Ian Shaw, and then Gino Florian taking on Albert Anstey. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with that match and more from the DJD Darts Masters right after this.
With their nails done now. Girls with their
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
This is sports' biggest party! New York City, are you ready? The best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City! It's the Bet365 US Darts Masters.
Game on.
Welcome back to the DJD Darts Master, coming to you live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the DJD Darts Masters, event number 3 on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. Sean Green, joined once again by Anthony Eugenia. AE, so far, we've had a lot of great matches, 5 of them to be exact, but we still got a long way to go, as we got 2 more top 64 matches to go here. The winner of each will play each other. Hossie Hicks taking on Ian Shaw in this first one. Let's get a first look at Ian here from Buffalo, New York.
Good player from the region, Gino Florian's up there, our own Angelo DiGiulio.
And how about Hossie? He's wearing long sleeves. I mean, that is...
I absolutely love it. I mean, being a resident of Texas now, I absolutely love it. I mean, a great Texas, Tennessee feel with the denim.
Good old long sleeve denim.
And he had a beautiful hat on this morning as well. I mean, you cannot have that outfit on. Great pair of boots without a wonderful hat. And Hossie Hicks representing big time. Great region of the United States.
And I love how he even has the CDC logo embroidered on the side.
No, it's a full mix of both, because I'm not even sure what the texture of the shirt it really is. I don't know if it's is it a dart material, soft and breezy, that just looks like the denim, or I don't know, but it's outstanding.
That's wonderful. And on the reverse side of things, got Ian has a nice mixture of different patterns on his design. It goes from little bit of like plaid flannel to almost like a Gary Anderson design there on the first 3/4 of it, and then on the last side there's a little funky design there.
Yeah, we'll catch a glimpse of his, when he retrieves his darts at some point to see what, a resident of the Empire State, the great New York. How I miss thee.
Good old Western New York.
Yes, they will make sure that you know that Buffalo is not upstate New York.
Right.
It is Western New York.
Amen. As Ram Guevara Jr. got the best of Stowe Bunce. So Stowe is out.
That is a big one. Obviously just generally to have the number 2 seed dispatch, but certainly we know the quality of player that Ram Guevara. Another one of those players that we know his ilk, and if enough time and attention is paid to the CDC, you're looking at a top 8 player there in Ram. But obviously the implications, with Stowe making his own run, even though we know where Savard is really sitting in the catbird seat, but Stowe is right there as well.
Right. Yeah, I'm still impressed with what Hosse's wearing for this thing. Dressed to the nines. He's from Arcadia, Florida. Is where he lives.
Hosse, you require 130.
Which I don't think you would have been able to guess based on the wardrobe. I always think Tennessee or Texan.
Yeah. It definitely has a good Kentucky, Tennessee feel, but I'm sure those folks who are very well versed in the, let's say northern and northwestern parts of Florida will tell you that's just as much Kentucky and Tennessee as anything.
50. Hosse, you require 78.
Hosse tops
Game shot in the first leg.
and pins tops for a 1-0 lead. Nice little hole to throw.
Well, Mr. Green, take us through a little bit here of the second leg. I want to just focus a little bit on social media. I want to make sure I get all of the links out to everybody, let them know where and how to watch us all.
Not a problem. You do all that, and I will give you some updates. Braden Hall did defeat Camp 5-2. John Part defeated Ed Levesque 5-2 as well. Currently out there on the floor, John Cioffoletti's up 4-3 on Sean Mitchell, the best looking Sean in the room. Larry Butler 4-2 lead on Stephen Krikorian. Now he just won 5-2. So the Eagle moves on. Jason Rucker up 2-0 on Troy Cullen. And then Justin Fawcett up 1-0 on Jack Robinson. Then we have a top 32 matchup going on currently. Leonard Gates, Tyler Reddy. 3-3 scoreline in favor of Gates. Well, in favor of both, but Gates is averaging about 14 points higher on the average. But averages aren't everything. As Hosse X gets a nice steady ton there. Just to get back in the leg. Ian, though, in control. That's a great first start from Shaw.
100.
Nice 100.
Ian, you require 152.
Hosse does not do anything with that. So 6 darts from 152 for Shaw, if he needs them. If he needs them, double 16 for 152 checkout.
120.
Just a bit outside, but that is beautiful.
Ian, you require
Haase unable to do much there, so Shaw right back into it.
shot in the second leg. Ian Shaw. Third leg's Haase to throw first. Game on. Nine.
Haase starts off with a 9. It's always good to see these guys do something like that to let everybody else like us know that it's okay when that happens.
$45. $80.
1-1 scoreline here early in this leg. The DJD Darts Masters, live in Philadelphia, PA. Event number 3 on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. We got Colin Rath doing the refereeing for this one. And event number 4 will take place tomorrow, the Winmore USA Classic.
27.
And that will start at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m.
No,
Central.
Oh,
which is
we
pretty
were
early.
we were going Central.
Yeah.
100.
Oh, trust me, yes, sir. When I'm up doing remote commentary with you, yeah, you know, it's we're up quite early.
Well, to put the difference there, when I do late night commentary,
Yes.
I'm always with someone who's a Central Time zoner, so
96.
I'm always an hour ahead of them. So when it's 10 o'clock their time, it's 11 o'clock my time. I'm like, I'm sleepy. It is a 1-1 score line here, as Shaw did match that up from the last leg.
$42.
Right now, stand steady on throw for both players. Tyler Reddy's up 4-3 on Leonard Gates. And that is a race to 5, so a little bit of an upset alert there. Philly Legend is back in action, taking on Gary Brooks. 1-0 lead here for
Haase
Tim.
requires 70. No score.
Haase does not hit the double,
116.
but he will be back. Most likely, depending on if Ian takes us out. Now he definitely will be back. Haase actually busted his score there on the last throw.
Haase requires 70.
So, back on 70. Oh, now 69. Bullseye.
45. Ian, you require 72.
Shaw, a big opportunity here to break Hicks' throw. Do 1 dart at tops.
52.
It almost,
Haase
you can
requires
tell he
55.
just kind of shorthanded it a little bit. Double 8 for Haase.
Game shot in the third
Double
leg.
4, which nobody misses.
Fourth leg is Ian
Pivotal leg 3, hold for Haase. So this is an Easter egg for those.
Yeah.
This is a payoff for sticking with us all day long. So I'm going to show Sean. He had mentioned Gino had made a face after a bad dart before. He said, that's got to be Gino's profile pic. Boom, it just went up on Facebook.
That's amazing. Yeah, with the added stuff. Yep. Gino's profile picture looks great. That's amazing.
I thought you might like that.
That's so good. I love how it's in the middle of the tournament. He's playing the very next match
41.
against Albert Anstey, live here on this main streaming board. Maybe we'll get more of those faces. But that was definitely a good one.
100.
So funny.
100.
Ian's a little bit inconsistent. He's had a lot of good throws, a lot of kind of little funky ones. And now I'm starting to realize that is definitely a Buffalo Bills homage there on his left sleeve.
Yes, that is a. Now I can't think of it. What's the Bills Mafia?
Yep.
Okay. All set. Some links out on the social medias. Back in to say hello in the chat. All right, everybody.
67.
Good last start from Hicks, but Shaw can put in a good round here and get that. That was a trip 12. A Clevey dart, where it's known where I am from. What's it known as for you? The trip 12.
A what kind of?
It's a Clevey dart for me.
Clevey?
Yep. It's always named after someone, right? Is there a name for it where you are?
No.
Trip 12? Nothing? The good old adage of if you're going to miss by 2.
A fallout or a splash or something. But yeah, no particular names. It's funny. I just saw a video from Matthew Edgar talking about those things in like when you do practice routines. Don't count those. Because
Right.
like you don't want to take that. He used the 18s as an example. Like it's not those 54 points are not an honorable 54 points because you were way off your target if you're trying to keep yourself into just up and down on the 20s, right? This is more for, up and comers and training and stuff like, He said you actually want your average to go down in that your misses are going to be 5s and 1s because you don't want to. The whole idea is to keep things tighten up. So like your average will go down before it gets better. Don't count those wayward triple 12s and triple 18s.
Well, Shaw made that look easy and is back on throw here. A nice little hold.
Right, a couple of warm-up legs, and in the heart of the match, first to 9, leg 5 is going to be absolutely critical, and Hicks has the throw. So let's look at, I think, do we have our first player in the top 16, and that's Mr. Leonard Gates.
Who got in the last leg decider?
Yes, sir. Tyler Reddy pushing them all the way.
100.
So a squeak by there from Leonard. The bearded dart guy, Jason Watt, is up 1-0 on Scott Estel.
21.
3-1 lead for Jack Robinson over Justin Fawcett, and a 3-1 lead for Jason Roker over Troy Cullen.
140.
Troy Cullen, formerly of the Philadelphia area, and now a resident of the great state of Texas.
Really?
Yes, sir.
So he came back up here just to probably to play. And
well, he got his card on the Dart Players Texas West last year. He was a runner-up, and Ethan DeVere had his card already, so he's a tour card holder. So Troy was very excited to get out on circuit, and of course, an event in Philadelphia was going to bring Troy back home.
That's a name. Ethan DeVire is a younger player that is. I didn't even know he had a tour card, but you should start using it.
Yeah, I mean, if you see a social media post, exactly, yeah, and I think you may be referencing to him playing online stuff. Do you cover him online?
Well, he plays some online stuff. He travels around and plays a lot of events that I end up being at as doing commentary and things like that.
Yep.
He's a darn good.
He's got chops.
Skill tip player. And he's probably a better skill tip player than he's a soft tip player, but he's not a bad soft tip player either.
36.
Just saw him in Chicago a couple weeks ago for that bull shooter event.
So Hicks with just a little bit more scoring power than Shaw in this leg 5 puts him in a position to have, at least 6 darts. You really shouldn't take that many with 60 at this level, but Hicks is going to get them. So he'll come back needing 20 points. with Ian just looking to take as much out of this as he can, and
78.
that's a much needed
Hossie
triple
required
19.
20.
Hossie goes right at it.
No score.
Then he splits it and busts.
Ian, you require 138.
So he will be back. Shaw 138 is not going to go. This is a hold a throw only for Hossie, and it seems like both gentlemen are deciding that they're going to just throw off for each other whenever it's the other person's throw.
Hossie, you require 20. Game shot in the 5th leg.
As Hossie does take that one out.
And there you go. Change the decision making as his opponent got even closer. Don't try and split it. Go right at it. That pays off for Hossie Hicks in like 5.
60.
What a treat we've got for everybody, Sean.
Oh, absolutely.
After this next commercial break, as we open up the round of 32, who's playing?
It's Adam Savada, which you may or may not know that name.
45.
He's taking on a decently known player, and Jeff Smith, which again is number 1 and 2 on averages on tour this season.
100.
So you want to look for firepower. That's going to be one to pay attention to. Of course, the World Cup is coming up in a couple weeks in Germany. With you mentioned Adam Savada and Stowe Bunce on the same team.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Long is playing with David Cameron.
Yes, sir.
And well, Dart Gods put us in the same group, so only one team can advance. The third group or the third team in that is Australia, former champions.
Yes, sir. But
92.
a little different profile with Damon Hedda, and I can't recall who his teammate is.
I don't remember the name off the top of my head either, but he's a brand new tour card holder for the PDC.
The Wizard, no longer a tour card holder,
Yep.
so that changes that dynamic. And and Damon is not exactly in top form, so it's going to be an interesting group, to say the least. So we'll see how North America reacts to USA versus Canada.
And I do love
a continuation of the cross-border battle.
absolutely. And I do love the straight doubles format because I think that actually does lend us to have a slight advantage. There's a lot of there's going to be a lot more singles action happening around the world than doubles action. I feel like here in the States, we have a lot of doubles events as well. Obviously not here, like the CDC, but in others. Wouldn't that be a new event idea of pick your own tour card holder?
Get out of my notebook. Pete won't get too mad at me. Oh, without a doubt, it is not too far off the list.
Ian required 132.
So I
26.
he is
Hossie, you require
that
85.
as we
35. Ian, you require 106. $43. Hossie, you require 50. Game shot in the 6th leg. Hossie Hicks. 7th leg is Hossie to throw first. Game on. $45. $41. 57. 60. 83. 25. 60. 85. 81.
Well, hello, everybody. If you can hear us, that's wonderful. Welcome back. Well, us welcome back. Yeah, we had a little technical difficulties there for a second, but should be good to go now. Haas Hicks up 4-2 on Ian Shaw and scoring pretty well in this leg. We apologize for those technical difficulties. Please let us know if you can't still hear us.
Yeah, exact. Well, I guess I don't know how they would do that.
Require 145.
I'm in the chat. I just let the chat in YouTube, so I will ask for confirmation that they can hear us out there. I'm
85.
Yeah, they got us.
I'm sure we do. Okay.
So 60 left for Hossie. Shaw back on 224. And doesn't do himself any favors in that turn. So Hicks for the win. Tops. Double 10.
40.
He'll be back. With Shaw on 195.
God, I misspoke. We've got a great match coming up next. I thought we were headed to break. No, we've got Florian and Anstey.
Yep.
Hossie required 20.
And technically, you did not misspeak because you said after our next commercial break.
Indeed, but I thought we were headed to break after this match. But yes, there's Hicks.
Shot in the match. Hossie
Yes, sir.
Gets
That
the
is
job
in.
done by 2.
Hossie Hicks will advance. Yeah, we're going to stick around. We won't go to commercial, but like you said, when we do, we've got that 32. But yeah, to round off, the last 64 coming up is Gino Florian versus Albert Anstey. We saw Gino take a 5-3 win over Davey Main, and we saw Albert take a 5-2 win over Ross Snook. So we're going to sit here for a sec, and we'll take a look at the tournament floor and get our players in there next, and then we'll keep rolling with our last 64 at the DJD Darts Masters. Yep, and we're all good. YouTube chat giving us a big thumbs up.
Perfect.
We're back.
Appreciate that. As we look at some of those matches that we were talking about earlier come to fruition. Again, Ram beat Stowe 5-4. He took out a 117 in the last leg decider to get that job done. Larry Butler 5-2 over Krikorian. Sean Mitchell 5-4 over Truffaletti. Roker 5-1 victory over Cullen. Tim Neal, Philly legend, 5-1 victory over Gary Brooks. Averaged 82 in that process. 5-2 win for Jack Robinson over Justin Fawcett. And then we just saw Hossie Hicks win 5-2. And out there on the floor, we got Jim Widmeyer taking on Joshua Haas.
Mm-hmm.
Or JJ Haas, right? John Holland taking on Mike Celio. I should know how to pronounce that name.
It is. It's Celio.
Okay, good.
Yep.
And then Jason Watt, 3-1 lead on Scott Estel. And then a couple of top 32 matches ongoing. Mike Scarborough, 3-0 up on John Liggett. And 2-1 lead for Nick Lindbergh over Drew Anuski, who had a fantastic run last night.
Yeah. It was really one of those great cases to get a chance to see somebody, and watch them perform. Player down here in the Philadelphia area, resident of Southern New Jersey, but a Philly guy, and he had the little Philly crew rooting him on. And got a chance to.
You guys can check out the bracket that's being run across the screen there from our great production team. Doug Bain, Liam McNeil. Butler's taking on the winner of Jason Watt.
Mm-hmm. Because now I'm thinking about how Jeff is doing this. I think there's a TV feature on DC TV that you can check out and broadcast like this. So this is cool. Yep. Great to give everybody a look at the brackets that we're talking about. Gives you an idea of, who's on a collision. There you go. You see Gates sitting in the top 16 already. Kruger and Hayhurst. That is going to be an interesting clash. Guevara sitting in there. Quite honestly, I'd have to tip Ram for that group right at this stage.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. Watt and Estel in fine form right now. The winner beats Butler.
Yeah, which right now it's 4-1 Watt, and that'd be an interesting Jason Watt, Larry Butler matchup. Those two are very close friends.
And Tim Neal didn't advance through there, but he'll meet John Part.
That's a fun one.
And this is our group right here. Is he just cycling through? Yep, you see down there. Yeah, we'll move through.
Joey Lanaw, Sean Mitchell. Ooh, that's going to be a fun one.
Oh, a big New York City matchup.
That's going to be
Queens takes on the Bronx.
That's going to be a talking point for those two for months to come.
A little smack talk, if you will. All right, we got players on the Aki. Gino Florian, Albert Anstie. Your last match in the round of 64 for this group.
As they're warming up here, the Islander taking on Cheat Code. And it is match call from the great Jeff Good as Gino gets the start.
180.
Playing around with the great little tweaks and things that you can do on Dark Connect. Yeah, that what we just saw on camera was, if you go to the brackets, if you're a tournament person at home and you run tournaments, there's enable TV mode. And when you hit that, it will how many seconds you want to rotate it, and it will do what Jeff McMahon had it do. It will sit and go through the whole tournament, a couple of seconds at a time. That's fantastic. I forget, there's so many cool little wrinkles on Dark Connect, and we're underway. And Gino opens up with a 180 and follows that up with a 140. So Gino out flying here in the last 64.
99.
Taking on the Hall of Famer, Canadian Hall of Famer, and Albert Anstie.
57.
Gino just doing some setup play there. Only 57 scored. Leaves 94 when he returns. See a good look there at the side profile from Anstey. Definitely has some body movement, but that gets him into
99.
position that he wants to be in. And it's consistent every time. Gino is just more of a rapid fire guy.
Oh, he's the epitome of rat-a-tat-tat. Oh, look at that.
A little 15 darter never hurt anybody.
No, sir. Gino coming out making a statement. But if there's any player in this field who has the demeanor to sort of take those barrages and quick fire games, it's Albert Anstey. Steadfast, rock solid.
Yeah, hands down.
41.
I think it's a fantastic call. I mean, we saw it at the cross border. Had to hold off Stowe bunts and ended up beating him in the last league decider with all that pressure and all the crowd behind him.
60.
Now, Sean, my partner Sean Green, loves this type of stuff, and let's take a deep dive a little bit in where this game is. I mean, Albert wasn't, in the 400s, but he was still in the 300s, and he hit 2 single 20s and took a look over to check his score, because that's where we are in darts now.
Yep.
Let's see, 2 in the bed, 140, but that's where the game is now. Tactical decisions in the mid 300s.
Yeah, your goal is after 6 darts to have a chance that if you hit
That's a 180 for Gino Florian.
you're leaving yourself a finish after 9, and last thing you want to do is be able to hit a 180 and just put you on a bogey number.
Mm-hmm.
So you're thinking even that far ahead now.
Well, it's just I have to give him credit. Another Matthew Edgar video. He broke something down. I think it was a Littler match and maybe against Price, and Price made a decision like literally in only like his 5th dart in the match, but it was a decision to go, I think, 19s instead of 17s or something, and so it kept him from getting the like a 164 or what, right?
Yep.
And it was like right there. He's like right there. Littler knows even with having only thrown like 3 darts, that I'm going to have at some point. I'll have an extra 3. Price just gave me an extra 3 darts,
Right.
And it's just crazy in the best way possible that we've gotten so intellectual and so tactics in this game. It's just great.
Game shot.
Well, that's a 16 dart hole to throw there from Albert.
What a good-looking double 3. I mean, not the best double 3 in the game. That belongs to Richard Ashdown.
Absolutely.
95.
Became a national treasure in about 20 seconds time frame. I mean, he was a national treasure before that, but people didn't know that. Oh, and only a 40 start there from Anstey, so Gino a chance to run a little bit.
140.
Good 140. Shout out once again to Mo Maloney doing our scoring for this match. Him and Colin have been fantastic.
60.
Mo's first time in Philadelphia, by the way.
And he may live to tell the tale.
82.
We'll see.
$60.
Gino only 42 scored there, but on a finish already. Albert way back on 341, which has kind of been the tale of the tape so far between these two gentlemen. And the first 2 legs, it was blowout leg, blowout leg.
That's a 180 for the Islander, Albert Anstey.
And that 180 leaves him a 161.
There you go. That fulfilling the, what Sean laid out for you. This is where the path is. The thinking is.
Mike Scarborough blanked John Liggett 5-0 in that top 32. So, and I'm pretty sure, yep, Leonard Gates will take on Mike Scarborough in the top 16.
That's a good contest. And then, and in fairness, Liggett was throwing pretty good last night in the qualifier. Took out one Will Stewart, if I'm not mistaken.
He sure did. Will did win the diddle, though. And after all, we know that's the most important part of the match anyway. Yeah, John shot well, and Will shot better than I would have shot, or probably anyone else on the crew would have shot. So, got to give him credit for that.
Game shot.
Oh, look at Gino Florian. 3-dart combo to take out 88. Holds his throw in leg 3. And I can see this one going the distance.
I could see that too.
85.
Yeah, both gentlemen are pretty much equal on the averages there.
81.
Gino just can't let the wheels fall off in the middle of the match, because Albert will pounce on that quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Albert's going to stay firm, and they both look good on their throws. And so, yeah, Albert is just going to
60.
just supply consistent, steady pressure.
I feel like we just talked about this guy and how he is here.
95.
Well, he's like, what's the character? Like the movie in the horror movies. You say his name a couple times and he shows up, and sure enough, Will Stewart's right behind us. Boo!
Well, there's two different versions of that. There's Bloody Mary, and there's also the Candyman.
The Candyman. That's what I had in mind. Yeah.
Yep. But Will didn't bring candy with him, so not a lot we can do about that.
100.
Gino, steady ton. He's hitting at least one big treble a turn. And that's keeping him ahead of Albert in this leg.
$60. $91. $100.
They're definitely playing some songs
42.
down there in the main location.
Oh, the venue is hopping. If you are, if you're within distance of the Columbia Social Club, come on by. Where people are welcome to come on. You check out the tournament floor. If if you're a fan of some of these players, come on in. Is that Gino got that a big break of throw in leg 4, so this could be the difference maker. But we've got a whole tournament. We've got 8 boards down there, great players.
81.
People are welcome to come on in and watch these matches. And, of course, meet and greet some of these great stars in North America. So come on down. If not today, make a plan to check out the Winmar USA Classic tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.
Absolutely. Be live once again here in Philly.
140.
Is that just one on the outside, but Gino answering Albert's 40. So this would be a really look to push it here, get that back.
60.
Nick Lindberg into the top 16 with a 5-3 win over local man Drew Anuski.
Which is a good win, because the way that Drew had been playing.
Mm-hmm. Pardon me. Yeah, these all need to go in for Albert.
100.
Just 1 out of 3. So Gino's still in control of leg 5.
60.
Albert, you feel it's got to get just a bit more than a ton, just to sort of put some pressure on Gino's stab at the 120 Shanghai, and Albert's going to do that down to the 19s. Yeah, the 177 goes for Albert Anstey, sitting on double 12 to break back. Those are those turns that we had talked about. That's just in Albert's locker, moments under pressure, and the man delivers.
Timed it beautifully. These averages to AE are fantastic, honestly. Oh, double
2 sixes.
12.
Yeah, though that was a good marker on the first one, but it might have deflected the second dart just a little bit. So 2 10s for Gino to hold back a charging Albert Anstey.
10.
And single 10 it is on the third dart, so that gives Albert another look at the double 6. The way his darts go, I was looking for more up and down, so it's surprising that he fell to the left.
9 scored.
Uncharacteristic wayward turn for Albert, just a little bit too much of a spray there, leaves him on a real tough 3. So Gino picks up his double 5 on his second dart, and what a big hold to throw that was to back up and justify that break in leg 4.
Yeah, this could be a completely different game at this point if Albert hits those doubles, but he doesn't, and 6 opportunities gone, and that could have been devastating if for Gino if Albert would have taken that out after
and he had that
3 darts.
Yeah, I mean that 177 made you feel like, oh, Albert's going to just sort of put this away in real tidy fashion, and it just got away from him.
And now the match is starting to get away from him a little bit.
41.
And Gino's starting to talk to himself.
60.
Gino definitely kicks out that back leg when he throws.
Yeah, you want to stay clear of that exclusion zone because Gino's foot's coming up.
And Albert, though, right back into the treble 20.
That's a 180 for Albert Anstey.
$60.
The Islander back against the wall, down 4-1.
He's starting to find it.
100.
Nice steady ton to leave 80 for 12.
$85.
Those came out pretty rapidly. You had mentioned earlier with Gino, when he's playing well, there's actually another second to that maybe, right? Another heartbeat.
Yeah, maybe not a second, but there's definitely a little extra. It's not even a hesitation, just a moment.
72.
Albert again missing those doubles, though.
So Gino, still doable, but a big ask, and so he's not going to do it.
100.
So we saw Albert struggle here in our last leg, looking at 2 6s.
Game shot.
Right on course, right in the middle of the bed, so Albert Anstey stays alive and holds his throw in leg 6.
But that's where it becomes difficult. You have to break Gino twice here if you're going to win this match. And the first time needs to be right now.
Yes, sir. And that's where, as we've followed Gino today, that's where Gino's got to find some sort of peace about it. Like he's in a very good position, right? He's in like, I know you're a card guy, like when we watch World Series of Poker, there's all these, 88% that they could win the hand based on a whole bunch of permutations, based on all of that. 2 holds a throw and yada, yada, yada.
Yep.
Like he's got to be, whatever it might be, 75% to win the match, off the top of my head, something like that. So just let it flow. Let it come to you.
81.
Yeah, what's going to happen is going to happen.
60.
But don't force it.
Yep, and you just need to throw 3 darts at a time. And Albert is showing a vulnerability for the most part right now, is that Gino should be able to kind of feed off of a little bit. But he's starting to go left and right, and there's a nice look at the camera.
So now this is exactly, Albert just got to stay on par, right? 80 would be 163 or maybe an 85, but now we're looking at it going downstairs, 97, 146 when it comes back.
Gino can put a lot of pressure on it, though.
60.
He didn't want to, though.
If Albert can't finish this, it feels like a 161 is a big ask for Gino at the moment. So, unofficially, Albert's going to, feels like he'll get another look at these. So a good, good solid ton to cut that down big. But look at, no, Gino, all right, makes a push, but can't get the 17s done. 46 to just keep churning and just keep staying alive for Albert Anstey.
He saw a double go in the last week. It's going to help him out a little bit here.
Double 8.
Game shot.
Double 8 it is. And the Islander claws back another leg. A break of throw and a sip of water for Albert Anstey.
Would you agree that was the leg that probably the hardest out of the remaining legs, because he's now has his throw?
Mm-hmm.
And then last leg decider, anything can happen.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and most people would sign up for, after being in a deficit, just get me to that final, and I can reconcile it from there. So yeah, great point. That was the tougher of the 2 breaks.
100.
Because the pressure will also mount on Gino as if Albert can get it there, it'll be a few legs in a row that Albert has won.
140.
A couple of score updates real quick. Jim Windmeyer defeated J.J. Haas 5-0. John Holland 5-4 victory over Mike Cicelio. Chainsaw 5-0 victory over Keith Way. And then Nick Lindberg 5-3 over Anuski. We heard that one. 4-0 lead for Ron Sardary Mawson. 2-0 lead for Liam McNeil over Doug Bain. John Mitchell up 3-0 on Joey Lenaw, which he'll talk about that for days and days and days. Mm-hmm. Leonard Gates up 2-1 on Mike Scarborough in a race to 6 format in the top 16.
Yes, sir. We're gonna have our first player in the quarterfinals at the conclusion of the match. So, from an event standpoint, we're about turning the corner.
We're getting there.
$59. 140.
Of course, after this, and a short commercial break, we'll have Adam Savada versus Jeff Smith. Jeff Smith has a 2-0 lead over Savada head-to-head.
Really?
Yep. He might be the only person that has an advantage in the head-to-head. One of them was the Continental Cup back in 2021.
A 118 for Albert Anstey. Hits the single 18, triple 20, double tops, holds his throw, and we go to a decider. Gino answers in good fashion.
Yeah, it's gone 1 for Gino, 1 for Albert, 3 in a row for Gino, and then 3 in a row for Albert to get to this point.
58.
So Albert not finding a triple that visit, so the momentum and
140
is still tipped in Gino's favor big time. You know, Albert coming in, like you said, 3 in a row. He really needed to push that opening salvo. Doesn't get it done. So a lot of work to do for Albert Anstey off the throw, and he knows it.
59.
2 trebleless visits.
At the wrong time.
Yeah, I can't say that without it being British now. It doesn't sound right. 2 tripleless. It's got to be 2 trebleless visits. So pardon me, folks. It's just how it's going to come out. But Gino just with 40, but, you know, still in good stead after a 125 and 140 opening.
100.
You know, that ton just not going to be enough.
That's what you said before, by the way, about the third.
About the third. Yep. Okay. So see, I put it in your head. So now that'll be something you and I will have fun with over the next few months. Watch how, if players open up big on their first 2, what that third turn turns out to be. Albert's just got to find something to put a little, like he's got to get that bugaboo in Gino's head, right? You know, you leave Gino comfortable, he's going to get it done. You got to force him to be uncomfortable. But I mean, still a great spot. This is such a vital but needs to be relaxed start to just set things
89.
up.
He does exactly that. Leaves 52. When he returns, Albert should leave a finish from there. He will.
100.
A finish, not an easy finish, but a finish. So Gino missing the big number again. So 12 scored, tops remains. He's only got 1 dart at it.
Game shot.
And 1 dart is all he needed.
Woo! That's a...
Peter Manley gave up the, you know, has 1 dart. 1 dart it is for Gino Florian.
Great match. Great results there. Albert is kicking himself a little bit there. And I'm going to guess it's from the way it was in leg number 5, where he had 6 mixed starts at a double there. But 5-4 victory for Gino Florian, as he will take on Hossie Hicks in the top 32. Gino's getting in a good position here to potentially face either Adam Savada or Jeff Smith, which is our next match coming up, folks. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll have Adam Savada, Jeff Smith, and more coming up for the DJD Darts Masters right after this.
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mikhail's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
This is sports' biggest party! New York City, are you ready? The best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City! It's the Bet365 6'5", U.S. Darts Masters.
Game on.
Welcome back to the DJD Darts Master, coming to you live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 of 3 here live in Philadelphia. I want to thank you so much, Jim Thornton, for that great lead in. I'm Shaw Green, joined by my partner in comms, the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, well, it doesn't get much better than this for a top 32 battle between Adam Savada, the Reaper, and the Silencer, and Jeff Smith, as 2 highest averages this season so far. Adam Savada has, I don't think, probably ever lost in the top 32 in any match so far in the CDC. So that would be a first time that happening. And Jeff Smith needs to win this matchup if he wants to continue to be kind of in the running for that Canadian spot in the order of merit for New York City.
That he does as my partner Vamps while I finish jamming a great Philly pretzel down my throat at the break. Boy, oh boy, there's nothing better than a great soft Philadelphia pretzel. But yeah, this is, now we turn the corner in this event, like you talked about, the things that Jeff Smith needs to do. But this is a good part where we see players, we got big names clash as in front of us, but everybody now at this point has a win, a victory under their belt. They're feeling good. We've got experience on our feature board. So let the fireworks flow with Savada and Smith.
Savada heads into this, of course, 12th right now in the averages, which is a little bit interesting. But that is above, or it is below Jeff Smith, who's averaging an 85 to Savada's 83, which means that there's nothing in between them, as they're off and rolling. And Adam Savada,
The Reaper ripped off a 180.
to the first of many in this leg, I'm going to guess, between these two players. I just hate that it's a race to 5.
Indeed. I mean, this is where these guys are worthy of playing a best of 13, but that goes to the depth of the field. I mean, there is lots of quality, so you're going to see these sort of matchups that could be finals as, you know, early as here in the 32 and certainly at the 16 level. But, yeah, you would imagine a good half dozen 180s as your over-under for this match.
Both these gentlemen love the same double and double 18. Savada's going to go double 16 here and pins it first dart. So apparently he just loves doubles. That's a 14 dart.
He just loves doubles. To your point about, you know, players having preferences, and both of these guys like in the double 18s, if you're coming in as the referee, you've got to, you know, keep your eye on the path that gets them to 36.
I can guarantee you Colin Rath knows that.
Oh, he does. A very accomplished referee.
123.
So far, Savada's coming to play here in this one. Here he comes.
Oh, deflected out of the bed for Jeff Smith.
I'm going to jokingly say, that's a 120.
Ouch. We used to say at league 60 on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But he was just so good, and the grouping was so tight. And there you go. Look at it again. What a great set of darts there. 140. I mean, you know, like we talk about all the time, but rightly so. You know, Jeff just can be so smooth, so consistent.
180.
And that's a 180. One of the match for Adam Savada.
He's got 2 and as many legs. It also gives Savada the first look at a finish.
99.
But that's going to be set up nicely. 99 scored from Smith. I think the first one's low. Second one's in. I think they both were in. They both were in.
A little image trickery there. We thought he had 80 scored. Jeff was going, right, double 18 for double 16 if he could pull it off, but it was on the other side of the wire. So double 14 for Adam Savada. 2 7s. Pretty good guide if he can just use the top of it. And there it goes. Didn't use it as a guide, but I found plenty of the bed. And Savada, an early break. And, yeah, like it is still first to 5. So.
81.
Yeah, it's been interesting so far in this matchup. Savada's gone 14 darts, 15 darts to open up this match. And that should tell you anything you need to know about how well he's been throwing so far. But that break of throw is huge early in this one.
98.
Especially with Adam going first.
Mm-hmm.
Because it effectively makes it 2 breaks down for Smith.
140. 58.
Jeff not even going to look at a double yet. Going to look down to the bottom half here.
133.
1-3-3.
Leaves 1-3-2. Savada's going to try and put a lot of pressure on it.
98. Jeff, you require 132.
98 scored. Leaves himself a bogey. Should have gone 19.
One more red. Oh, yeah, okay.
84.
Good, solid process there. Opponent not on and out. The triple 14's bigger than the bull.
60.
And at the same time, you know that you're coming back with at least 3 more darts with the bogey. Those are the first 2 darts at a double in this match for Jeff Smith. Missed them both, and Savada is more than capable and probably likely to take out this 106.
86, triple 18. No, so 68 remaining, back up to 20s.
58.
48 if Jeff doesn't take out his 32.
Game shot in the third leg.
Right
Jeff
there,
Smith.
first dart for Jeff Smith to get his first leg on the board.
Game on.
And that was a break back.
Exactly what he needed to do there.
60.
The winning darts so far have been 14, 15, and 16.
It's the quality stuff we were hoping for in this match.
83.
Savada from Parker, Arizona. Is a it's a mortuary full-time, which is where he gets his Reaper
57.
moniker. And Parker's not a big town, so he does it all.
We've got our first quarter finalist. 2 in the bed for Savada.
140.
140 it is. But Leonard Gates books his spot as the first player in the quarterfinals of the DJD Darts Masters with a 6-2 win over Mike Scarborough.
58.
That's a big win there for
It
Leonard.
is. It is Scarborough, quality opponent,
140.
and just that Gates is chugging along here.
180.
See, that's a 180 for the silencer, Jeff Smith.
Gets himself right back into this leg. Trying to leave himself double 9 there.
98. Jeff, you require 146.
Come back with tops if he returns.
Nice.
Of course.
This is where we need the lip reading, John Boy.
Yep.
Adam, you require 40.
But yeah, because Smith knows what's on the precipice, on the horizon. A break back possibly from Savada if he can find some space, a little shift to the left,
Game shot in the
and a
first
shift
leg.
to the left works. Puts it in with his third dart. Yeah, Jeff ruse the opportunity missed as Savada sort of gets that cushion back, and he's up 3-1 in a race to 5. So my partner there for you, unless you've got something else, because I know
No,
we're
go for it.
Yeah, well, no, at the break.
Yeah.
Not at the break, but we're going to stick around before Hicks and Florian will stay and give you an update on the floor. But I've got a fun convo for you.
Yeah?
All right.
All right.
So we'll dive into that. It relates to your question about pairs earlier on.
Okay. I'm in.
98.
98 for Savada follows the back-to-back or the shared tons from each player, if you will.
60.
Jeff with an eye-rolling 60. Adam trying to do a 133 or better. It's going to be better. A 171 from the Reaper.
To leave the champagne shot.
100.
But same scenario, opponent not on and out. You've got 6 darts, so let's see what the choices are on the 1-3-2. All right, straight up. 72 left, I think. Yeah. 52. So yeah, ton leaves the 32.
That's for a 13 dart hold a throw.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
Yep.
Adam Savada.
First dart for Savada, and he's up 4-1. And he's literally creeping and taking every step towards MSG.
Yeah, he absolutely is.
41.
And unfortunately for Jeff Smith, it's creeping the opposite direction for him. That first start was perfect.
Every step forward for Savada is 2 steps back for Smith in the effort to get to the guy. Oh, that's a 180 for Jeff Smith. And where are we on the match? Is that 4?
I believe
Total?
it is 4. I think I missed one.
I think 2 and 2.
I'm pretty positive I missed one earlier for Smith. Savada got his 2 in the first 2 legs.
100.
Has been slacking since then, though, let's be honest.
94.
Good cover shot there, but the Smith charge continues in leg 6.
59.
So now we know Jeff Smith's penchant for 17s as you go down there, which would leave a 104, triple 18.
53. Adam, you require 167.
Yeah, Jeff, exactly. Like, very, very wary of making a mess of it to give Savada a shot. 87 left, so he'll go 17s.
97.
So 97 to leave 70, but Smith's got 68. $36.
50.
Just inside
70.
the double wire, but off course for his normal solid shooting at double 18s. 32 left.
54.
Where was that going?
Jeff, you require 18.
In the great words of Waddell, no way.
Game shot in the 6th leg. Jeff
Smith comes in and cleans up, gets his second leg on the board.
Game on.
It was a hold for Smith, and so Savada's still in the catbird seat.
140.
Even with that almost triple 16 shooting at the double. Looked like one of my darts. But none of the other ones he's thrown have. That's for sure. Nice steady ton there for Smith.
No, my darts don't resemble any of his.
I don't know, that triple 1 looks pretty familiar. But usually it's more over towards the center of the triple 1, not on the wire. All right, so we're going to go ahead and talk about it. I've already had 3 Philly cheesesteaks. 4 Philly cheesesteaks.
You have?
Yep.
The man's going to burst.
Maybe 3. That's
Well,
4.
I had mine from Angelo's.
Yep.
It's become a tradition now. I land at the airport and get on Uber Eats and
That's always the way to go. I think that's exactly what I did. Was I got on DoorDash as soon as I landed. I was like, it'll be there by the time I get there.
Mm-hmm.
60.
Is that?
Adam, you require 100.
Yep. That
all
was
right.
in.
So he's there with a punch, but yeah, Savada's. This is that weird number, right? That
Yep.
this. What does he have? 72 left.
64.
86.
50. Yeah, 54. But it's still required another triple,
for
right?
sure. Yep.
That's the weird part about the 118, right?
96.
Whereas
Adam, you require 32.
That's why the argument is that you just start on the 20s there.
mm-hmm.
But 32 left for the match.
Game shot.
And there it is.
Adam Savada.
Adam Savada.
5-2. And he is in to the group final at the last 16 stage of the competition.
And for Jeff Smith, that is not a fun loss because it Does put him behind the 8 ball there for catching Braden Hall at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still anything that can happen. And, well, you say we're going to have a fun conversation.
Yeah. So let's, I think we've covered what's going on the floor. So we've got a great convo to fill some time while we wait for Hicks and Florian to get up, and I'll see if the chat room wants to get involved. So you brought up, remind me what context you brought up pairs earlier. Was it just your eyes lit up a little bit if you were like, a CDC event? Was it a pick your own partner type of thing? Is that?
Yeah, that was the idea there, and it was because we talked about the World Cup being pairs.
Yes.
And
being pairs, the World Cup. Yes. Okay. So when you brought it up, and then I sat up in my chair because truly, my partner Peter Cetera, we try and craft a lot of different fun events and what would be next or what would be the thing to expand, and we've got some ideas. But I will tell you, pairs is pretty high on the list, and it's sort of it's slightly, that's where a lot of organizations go first. PDC, when you're looking in the early days to try and come up with things to sort of put a wrinkle on stuff, you think of pairs, and we're no different. Admittedly, we're not inventing anything, but yeah, the idea of pairs is intriguing, right?
Yeah.
So I'm torn between, how do you set that up? Is it based on rankings? Do you allow a straight up open entry? Personally, there's some pairs I'd like to almost. It's underhanded. We can't do it as a company. I'd be underhanded, but I'd actually like to go. You 8 teams are invited. I want to see you guys play together, right? So you tell me, this is the fun part. Hicks warming up with the hat. So give me, I don't know how many. I'm sure you probably have more than one. Give me 1 or 2 teams that you'd like to see play pairs, or even if you can come up with more. Let's bat that around. Like anybody. I guess maybe the rules would be technically a tour card holder, right? Because there's obviously some players out there in North America accomplished, but not in the CDC roster. So let's say CDC guys. Who would you like to see matched up?
I think it would be interesting to have like a good finisher with a good score, right?
Indeed.
So someone like an Adam Sabata and a Jeff Smith would be a dynamite duo, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be really fun. Or Sabata and Mawson pairing.
That's interesting. That's okay. So I figured I might get something.
Yeah, which is an interesting one. What about you?
Well, I've got one that I've always loved that I think, I'm sure they probably have played and have a great pair, but I just think that they would be super deadly. I'd like to see Leonard Gates and Danny Baggish.
Okay.
Like if I was doing an invitation, again, that thing of if I got to play in the sandbox and I had the toy soldiers all laid out and I could have my druthers, that would be the first team I'd put in. There's something about their dynamic, I think, in terms of the way they would get, the way they probably do get along and just the way they play. I just think that would be a spectacular team to watch with Gates and Baggish.
I agree with that. And they definitely have paired up before in events.
Yeah.
And when they do, they tend to do well, I'm gonna assume. And it's because we know that Leonard is soft-spoken, and when he has a partner he doesn't know, he doesn't really communicate very much with them because, he's going to expect them to do what they need to do, and he's going to do what he needs to do. Baggish will talk to his partner constantly.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a good dynamic there of like it forces Leonard to kind of maybe ease up a little bit, maybe be a little bit more like himself. And I think that relaxation can help a lot. Plus, Danny's going to know that math like the back of his hand, plus some. And for him to be the thinker of the team, I think that'd be a really good option there that would help.
Yeah, that just like, I've seen, classic pairs. You had the Action Dads and Gordon Dixon and DJ Sayer, and then, 2 out of the 3 Hall of Famers we put in, Larry Butler and Darren Young were a very scary pair.
Yep.
So those are some classic, matchups. So that, the Gates and Baggish are the one that jumps out at me as a definite. You've got so many interesting players that you could, match up. And that's why it was fun that you totally went in that direction. It wasn't a simple, couple USA guys. Yeah,
Right.
you really went for crossover of scorers with finishers and things like that. So we can keep chewing on that. So in the chat, give us 2 teams that you'd really like to see in a CDC North American Pairs Championship. What would make you salivate at the prospect of watching a pairs combo? Quite honestly, we might have 2 of them going into the World Cup. I mean, Savada Bunce is about as tasty as you could get as we're about to get underway with Hicks and Florian.
Yeah, Gino with the start here. And as mentioned, Gino has a great opportunity here to make a last 16. Now, of course, being in any type of a board where you have Adam Savada on that board is never a great opportunity to win an event. But he has a good cruise control here. Same thing with Hasi, though, right? It's an opportunity for Hasi to do the same. And Hasi was thrown with the Stetson on right before the match started. He took it off because can't wear the headwear. Although I feel like Stetson should not count.
Yeah, there are, like they say, rules are made to have exceptions. And
100.
To have him throw with the beautiful Stetson on might be an exception that tournament director Peter Cetera may take under advisement. But to your point, yeah, we see this a lot in matches that both opponents are going to, in words of Wayne Mardell, are going to fancy it.
Yeah.
And this is a matchup to where they will both fancy their chances to advance to the last 16. Which is a good spot for both of these guys.
It is,
like you said, to be on the board with the 1 seed. There's some good points and good money at the 16 level. If they don't get past Savada, there's no guarantees.
Well, how about this for a couple factor results here? John Part defeats Tim Neal 5-2. So the Philly legend is out. His run is done. Fred Kruger defeated Terry Hayhurst 5-3. Joey Lenall ended up beating Sean Mitchell, who was up 3-0, 5-3. So he came back and won 5 on the spin.
Big win for Joey. I mean, in all honesty, actually the reigning Evolution champion. But we know I've got a relationship with Joey in a soft spot. Being from Queens, but I've got to be honest. Let's call Joey on the carpet. It's time, it's time for semifinals. Let's say for Joey Lenall. So
I'd agree with that. Ron Sargent defeated Gary Mawson 5-1. So last night's winner is out. Doug Bain defeated Liam McNeil, came back and beat him 5-3. David Cameron defeats Braden Hall 5-4 in the last league decider. So
that's a serious matchup.
Yep. So that's an interesting result there that could mean a lot of different things at the end of the day. Right now there's one top 64 match going on, Charlie Harrison, Glenn Richard. Top 32 matches going on. Larry Butler taking on Jason Watt, 2-1 lead for Butler. Gino, we've seen that now up 1-0 on Hasi. Jim Woodmeyer up 1-0 on Jason Roker. And Nick Lindbergh up 2-1 on Joey Lenall.
Yep, that was the one last thing I wanted to point out. We looked at the bracket and the seedings earlier, and definitely it's always interesting to have that 8-9 between Lindbergh and Lenall. So I would expect a tight affair there.
Gino not scoring the same way that he was in the previous couple of matches, but he's still up 1-0, and that's really all that matters in the day.
So talk to me about that 3-3-2, and Hicks goes 18s. Now, I know you're looking at a 92 or a 132 possibility, right?
And that's really the option there. And at that point, it also could be just the blocker there because he's not trying to – there's nothing there that could really cancel out having an opportunity at a finish after the next round. But yeah, I can really say that's where – Hasi was thinking on that one. And Gino only 19 points scored.
So it's all in front of Hasi to hold his throw in leg 2. Gonna look, trying to stay away from the Butler 9.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
So a good cover shot from Hicks to pick up the treble 18.
137.
A great first start from Hossie. Double 10.
Game shot.
Oh, what a sweet combo there for Hossie Hicks to hold his throw in the second leg.
140.
One score line. Gino starts off the next leg with a 140
60.
nicely. Do we have any good pairs mentioned?
That's what I'm looking here in the chat. Okay, good shout out from Miss McCluskey. Haven't seen Sue in a while, and
76.
Dan Olson's wife, Dan Olson and John Part. She said they made a deadly combo. Yes, ma'am. I do remember that. A couple of good combos back in the day. No, we don't see anybody. Come on, let's jump in there. Tell me who the two CDC players you'd love to see matched up if pairs of that. There's got to be opinions out there.
Well, if they're like the saying, then everyone's got them.
I gotta let you go there.
81.
Gino trying to stay out front.
46.
Last start, only a 222, so slack visit from him. Allows Hossie a 140 here, puts him kind of in the lead.
100.
Leaves a finish, but it's a tough ask. Gets down the same number, though.
81.
That second dart from Gino was massive. We'll come back with 58.
Yeah, that kept him right in the mix.
60.
So a big hold to throw opportunity for Gino Florian here in leg 3.
Game shot.
First dart. Made that look simple, and that's exactly what you want to do.
Indeed. As we've, gone on the journey with Gino today,
44.
that's that, although still fast-paced and energetic, just more of a even-keeled play from Gino.
137.
There you go. That all felt, it was rat-a-tat-tat, but it felt measured. It felt good.
Ends up being a 137.
It pays off with the cover down on the bottom.
100.
All right, so here's the debate.
Yes.
Could you ever throw with long sleeves on?
Yes. I did as an early player, like as a young man. I actually preferred them for a while in the late 80s. I liked a long T-shirt.
Okay.
So so not a sweatshirt or a anything that would have buttons.
Yeah.
So it'd be a long T-shirt. Because I didn't like to be chilly.
Yep.
I'd rather be a slight bit warm than cold because I could always handle that. Cold hands and cold body. I was just out of it. So and admittedly, I'd pull the sleeve up a little bit. But you could do it. It's not as difficult. It's not, if you're thinking about your elbow, it really isn't as constrictive as it might seem.
As long as you're wearing the right thing.
Yeah, well, that's kind of exactly what I had in my head. Yeah, as long as it fits right. And,
28.
You'd be silly to try and play in something that didn't fit right. But if you've got that mobility and in your arms, then it doesn't really come into your head.
60.
Not seem to be affecting Hossie at all.
No, and you make me think of the great coach Stabby.
Mm-hmm.
He would play in
99.
long sleeves.
Him or Nicholson.
Nicholson with the waistcoat. Rod Harrington would wear a waistcoat, but he had short sleeves on. The Prince of Style. I know I'm going way too back for you, Sean.
No,
you're just a pup.
Oh, but
that's okay.
But dart hit that.
Lindbergh 4-1 up on Joey Lenoir.
60.
So the 8 currently getting the better of the 9.
both of them not shooting an average that they would either of them would desire, but Hossy Hicks desired that. Great little 2-dart checkout. And 87 goes, and we have ourselves a 2-2 scoreline.
So we've got a vote for a Evolution winners team, a Young Guns in Joey Lenar and Jake Womack. I can see them doing some damage. And then an Arizona squad of Savada and Scarborough.
I like that.
100.
That's another really good one.
Yeah.
I was also thinking, like, how could we match up, like, Young Gun versus, like, older. It's like a Tyler Reddy and John Part.
Now that would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that. Yeah, I mean, you could, you could do these things in many different ways. You could just have an open entry, or you could do, certain rankings or all kinds of stuff like that. But it's a lot of fun stuff to play with.
45.
Jason Watt currently ahead of Larry Butler 4-2. Jason Roker leads Jim Widmeyer 4-1. Widmeyer now down in Florida, but of course a Staten Island native, New York City, the Big Apple, multiple.
And that accent has not gone away at all.
No, multiple New York City Premier League champion, 59. Multiple DPNY Tour champion.
Captain America. There you go, Jim Widmeyer and Jake McMillan.
91.
Captain America and Captain Canada.
That's fun. I like that.
78. Now
you're gonna make
66.
You're gonna make me geek out and go down a comic book road. Now I start thinking, well, who's Wolverine? Kenny McNeil ain't here. Kenny might be
42.
Wolverine.
I like that. All right, the 120 left for Hossy.
We've seen this taken out a few times. Nope, doesn't get the triple.
60.
Just cuts it in half. So on his throw, 56 beckons for Gino Florian. And yeah, right? Another 2-dart combo that,
Clean.
makes Gino look real sweet. And like you said, clean.
He takes that 3-2 lead. When he's getting opportunities at doubles, he's making them look easy. Same thing with Hossy, though.
80.
The winner will return after the commercial break and take on Adam Savada to win this particular group. The tournament is broken up into 8 groups, and you can find that on dartconnect.com.
60. 140.
140 from Florian. Looking to really
100.
turn things in his direction here in leg 6. It would be a break a throw, but it would break open the match in a 1st to 4. It would put Gino on the Aki to win the match. Hicks. You'd think maybe he needs a 140. Now, at least he's got to get a ton. No, he's still back 201. So Gino's got 6 darts to put away 216 if he can make this work. So 80
100.
towards that effort. So 100. And so Hicks has got to kind of, in turn, just really pile on some pressure. He's got to find 2 scoring triples, and he's just not
60.
able to do it. Once again, 2 visits back-to-back without a triple for Hossy Hicks. Yep, Gino starting downstairs looking for top. So 22 scored, leaves 94.
82.
Yep, so 94, he chooses the 20s. I guess maybe just more confident on the big scoring wedge than going with the more mathematically sound 18s. So 34 for Gino. I think he's going right for it. Right. Oh, a quick changeup.
9 scored.
And he still leaves himself on 25.
Well, everything's a quick thing for Gino when it happens, but yeah, that was definitely a quick turn of events. He's like, nope. And Haase misses the big number.
Costs himself a dart at a double. So 1 dart for Hicks to hold his throw in leg 6.
40.
And that left a lot to be desired.
$17.
And Gino's going to be kicking himself right now, because this was a chance to go up 4-2.
2 10s we've seen. Haase look at 2 10s a few times today. Not with a lot of great success, I must say. And he comes up empty. So 2 4s for Gino Florian. 2 2s.
Game shot.
And double 2 it is, bottom right-hand corner. But a vital break for Gino's sake. A knock of a break for Hicks. So it's 4-2 going into
16.
leg 7, first to 5 to move on to a clash with Zavada, where we start to move up the format a little bit. Next round will be best of 11, first to 6. Lindbergh holds on 6-2 over Joey Lanaugh and joins Gates
60.
as the 2 of 8 who will compete in the quarterfinals.
Woo. That's a good one, too. There are 2 good ones right there to start off with.
83.
Yeah, and being the 8th seed, he will take on the winner of this group. So it'll be either Savada, Hicks, or Florian that takes Nick Lindbergh at the top of the bracket.
41.
Gates is sitting down there. Gates is awaiting the winner of Kruger and Roker, and I think did Kruger advance already, but I didn't see him. Yeah, nope. It was Kruger. Kruger's still playing, right? Or have they not?
They have not played yet.
Oh, okay. Because I saw that Kruger beat Hayhurst 5-3. Okay, so he hasn't played against Roker yet. So we'll keep an eye on that.
I see a good 140. Gino looking for a big treble of any kind, does not get it. And Gino has not hit a lot of big trebles here in this level. I don't think any of them. Maybe 1.
60.
He unfortunately has had a lot of treble-less visits in this match.
Well, there's a good one.
120.
You saved them all for a good timed shot. Leaves 95. Haase, the 136. It's still on. Double 8.
120.
Oh, just drags it inside. Will he come back? Or will that be the last dart he throws?
Now, this is where I would like to see him go with the bull.
I would like that too, and I think that might be the extra level of situational.
Yeah, I am a big fan of the 91 to 95 bull.
No score.
Or, the 25. Oh, and a miscount by Hicks.
He forgot that he went inside on the 8. Oh, that's brutal.
Game shot in the match. Gino Florian.
And Gino cashes in. Oh, what a tough turn of events for Haase Hicks. That's going to gnaw at him till he gets a chance at redemption tomorrow. Yeah, you can see it. Just the slight mental error costs him that leg and then ultimately the match. And Gino Florian advances 5-2 and is in a showdown for the group final at the last 16 stage versus Adam Savada.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a great matchup. And a good year for Gino. And it's one where Gino's coming into this with nothing to lose. So he's going to have the weight off his shoulders and just come in there and try and defeat the best player in the CDC over the last 2 years.
And I'll dive into the production group because I'm sure our tournament director is, because after Savada Florian, we start taking different paths. So we'll see what our tournament director has in mind in terms of what we're going to cover on our feature board in the quarters and the semis.
Yep, but we got Adam Savada versus Gino Florian, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with that match and more for the DJD Darts Masters right after this.
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mikhail's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
This is sports' biggest party! New York City, are you ready? The best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City! It's the Bet365 US Darts Masters.
Game on.
Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
This is sports' biggest party! New York City, are you ready? The best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City! It's the Bet 365 US Darts Masters.
Game on.
Welcome back to the DJD Darts Master, coming to you live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live here in Philadelphia, PA, for this top 16 matchup, board final. And it features, of course, the Reaper and Adam Savada. And he takes on the man we just saw here, the cheat code, Gino Florian. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, the great Anthony Eugenia, AE. This is a great board final we have here with Colin Rath doing the refereeing. And, man, I got to have a little taste of that John's roast pork, and I'm happy.
Sean Green's got a happy tummy, and we're all happy listeners for it. And, yeah, we're getting down to the brass tacks. Group winner with Savada and Florian. Let's see, we've seen Gino now. Yeah, this is our fourth time with Gino dispatching Maine, Anstey, and Hicks. Our second time seeing Savada getting past Hendy, and, yep, third time.
And Smith.
And Smith, yeah. So this is our third time getting to see Savada. So, you know, the number one Adam Savada doing Adam Savada things. And quite honestly, he's been winning, Sean, but not at the level that we know he can reach. I don't think he's hit those numbers.
I agree with that completely. Now, he is number 2 in the averages at an 89.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a quiet 89.
I think that's a good way to phrase it.
His first nine's 102.
Well, that's another nice way to
Which
phrase
helps,
it.
yeah.
So, yeah.
But
56.
yeah, Spellman only played one match and averaged 92 in the process and lost. So that was to Fred Krueger. And other than that,
66.
a lot of guys left in this. Average-wise, it's just interesting to see kind of how it plays out. So we'll see. This is definitely going to be a good matchup. I'm excited to see this.
Yeah.
I want to see top-level Gino here, just to give it a close one.
Of course. You know, and I think to, you know, the level that Savada has made us accustomed to, and the level that he plays, that, you know, he can still have really good numbers, but we feel like he's been pedestrian, right?
Right.
So, you know, by what you told me there, my feeling is, you know, today's synopsis of Adam is that he's scoring really well to open things up, but he hasn't exploded in those big combo finishes like we know he can. And we got 2 tons in this. He's at a 160 now.
Adam, you require 100.
So we could have our first big explosion of a finish out of the Reaper. No, not going to happen, but Florian back on 182. And to your point, yes, we've seen, you know, I think overall, from what you and I have done, this might be the best day that we've seen Gino. In terms of an overall, we've had peaks and valleys, and when we've gotten his best, it's been really good.
I would agree with that.
Adam,
But
you require
but overall maybe the best that just from Anthony and Sean covering CDC games in the last couple of years might be the best performance from Gino. So tops from Savada doesn't go in, so a 1-3-4, and yeah, we've seen a top Gino game, and that's what we're looking for here at the last 16.
28.
Yeah, I just want to see it be something something where he's battling with Savada the whole way through. Savada doing a mess around here, though, on the doubles.
And there you go. That's the opportunity, right? In all fairness, an unseeded Gino Florian, a look to break Savada with the 109. It's got to go in, right?
Yep.
So 52, 32 left.
93.
Real good effort. A little wayward on the double, but yeah, I mean, you know, you're going to take that the 1 seed. That's what you gotta get those opportunities in.
No score.
Well, that was way off. Yeah, I think he busted the second dart.
I think he had to have, right?
So 8-8 here for Gino to break the throw, and he does exactly that.
Second leg, Gino to throw first.
It doesn't matter how you got there or anything else. You broke the throw.
Without a doubt. And, you know, with this group, with a jam-packed group, we kind of touched on it a little earlier in private that, you know, if you at the start of the day, Gino certainly would have signed up with a crack at the 1 seed in the group final, come what may. Even if the win doesn't happen, it's still a good place to be with points and prize money and, you know, a good couple of victories under your belt, and you just take your shot at the 1 seed. But then even more to your point, just for the Gino camp, a good performance, even if he can't overcome Savada, but if he pushes the 1 seed, a very good day for Gino Florian.
Absolutely. And listen, he's already done great things with the memes that have come out about him. Shout out to Nikki.
He's clearly the meme victor.
Oh yeah,
today.
Loser, victor, whatever you want to call it, as far as like how he feels about them. But he also has made one his profile picture already, so I'd say winner. Yeah, it's just as soon as I saw that face, I knew it was that was gold. And I also know the friends of his, so.
Winner, winner, Gino steak dinner.
All right.
Out on the floor, Jason Watt down 2-0 to Doug Boehm. So it's the 7 seed in Boehm looking to take his group. Fred Kruger just going to get underway with Jason Roker. Booking his trip to MSG has certainly inspired Fred today. John Part edges ahead of Ron Sargent 3-2. Those are 16 matches. Sitting back, bringing up the rear in the top 32. Guevara and Holland just getting underway, and the chainsaw is up 4-2 on One-Eyed Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Jack, the seeded player in that matchup. It's great to see John having a great run. Potentially do a quarterfinal here. And yeah, overall the
40.
The battle here has been fantastic.
Gino following up, and that's a 180 for the Reaper, Adam Savada.
First of the match.
83. Adam, you require 124.
But this is exactly, even though, you know, this leg looks clearly to be in Savada's favor, but, I mean, you couldn't ask for more from the Florio camp to be up 2-0 against the 1 seed.
No, absolutely not.
24.
Yeah, and this is sorry if it's getting. I mean, in this place where, you know, Savada understand it's a leg to not be frustrated about, right? Like, give Savada his hold to throw. You're up 2-1. You know, don't let it frustrate you in any form or fashion.
100%.
And the third dart wayward, but that's it. Just right, nice solid darts there from Gino. for Savada.
95.
Gino can't get into the 3 digits from a scoring perspective.
58.
Sorry, now I'm just trying to make
But
Anthony break here on the memes that we have for Gino.
You can't break me.
140.
So 140, that gets Gino over the hump in terms of 3-digit scoring. Let's see what Adam. Adam is going to come big. Finds that triple 18, going to stay there. So 92 it is. So Gino's got 6 at 181. And, you just can't keep the door open if you're going to take down the 1 seed. So that was a vital triple on this third dart.
Yeah, great last dart. And that first dart from Adam was a mile away.
There's just, in this leg, there's just enough being given from Savada. Bullseye. Is he going to go bull with Savada? Yep, Savada back on the 121. You can't risk it. So the bull attempt by Gino. So 25 remaining.
Treble 20.
36 left.
Game shot in the 4th leg.
And look at exactly, that's why Gino Florian went for the bull. 121 cashed in by Savada off throw. So he squares everything up at 2 legs apiece.
100.
And it starts off with a nice steady ton.
And this is Sean, right? I think just, the inherency of, not just the ranking in the 1 seed, but what you've done the weekend 1, winning 2, a big run last night, right?
100.
Like just by squaring it up at 2, all of a sudden starts to put pressure just by who Savada is.
Yeah, I mean, one of these guys is used to winning. And not just winning matches, winning events, winning titles, winning everything that he plays into, or at least making really, really, really deep runs that are deeper than a last 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so as Savada's down 2-0 and still feeling as confident as ever.
Yeah.
And for Gino, that's the best start that you can have is 2-0. But as soon as it gets back to equal.
Yeah, very rarely would you
tough.
think 2-2 is an uh-oh moment.
Right.
But from Gino's perspective there, being up 2-1 and a clear shot to go 3-1, at 2-2, it's uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, the big guy's waking up.
Yeah, and as soon as the Reaper
45.
wakes up, it's not a good scenario
No,
after that.
it's not a friendly sight when he starts doing damage.
100.
Good last start from Gino, though.
Definitely.
Attacking the throw of Savada. A troublous visit here would put Gino in the driver's seat.
50
And that's exactly what happens. So
require 124.
Gino might get 6, maybe if he doesn't need them. So 64 remaining. Does he go? Yep. So we've got a bull shot
89.
of 35 when he comes. Well, if he comes back.
Yeah, it is.
All right, Savada, he will come back, but there is nothing off the table for Adam Savada these days.
No. He left himself a steady ton just in case. This has got to go for Gino.
19.
And
Adam, you require
I'll say the outside part, the inside part out loud from what Sean told you. By leaving that ton, that made his opponent think 2 tops.
60.
Oh, and,
Gino, you
oh, I
require
thought that
62.
went in.
Reprieve now for Gino.
12.
And he's unable to take advantage of it.
Adam, you require 40.
He's gonna kick himself 6 missed starts here in this leg to take a 3-2 lead and break the throw right back.
Game shot
You can tell he's talking to Adam too.
Mm-hmm.
And Adam's giggling at it and just
A
moving on.
wry smile on Savada's face. But yeah, there's just no room for that type of error against a player of Savada's ilk.
67.
These two gentlemen playing each other here is kind of the whole
60.
reason that the CDC was started, right, was to do that iron sharpening iron, playing across the country. And right now you got Parker, Arizona, taking on Western New York. There's not too much further that you could be from each other.
Yeah, indeed.
And to be in this situation playing against each other right here is great.
The best of the best in North America playing against each other repetitively, you know, makes those players better and, you know, makes the product that we get to see better and makes us all better. And it's a better product that we can, you know, hey, we've been chugging along for 12 years trying to put, you know, this game in front of, you know, major TV cameras. And, you know, we haven't stopped. We're chugging along. And the better these guys play, you know, the more we sit in a meeting and say, you know, we've got world-class competition here, world-class sport. And people can come and enjoy on camera, on and streams and in fandom and all that kind of good stuff.
Well, I
26.
just looked up the head-to-head between the two of them, and it's actually they played each other 3 other times in the CDC. Once in 2021, and then 2024 and 2025. Savada's up 3-0 on that, and he's averaging about 13 points higher on the average in those 3 matches than Gino. And Gino has tied as many legs as he's won against Savada overall.
86.
So trying to even best that as a single. So it's
68.
Yep. Treble 20 for double 4. Yep, just tees it up nicely. He'll be back. Savada way back on 214. And again, this is where like I'd be kicking myself if I'm Gino, not because I'm about to win this leg and it's great, but because if I would have taken out one of those 6 darts of the double last
of course.
leg, now
I
you're
mean,
up 4-2.
Yeah, he's got to, you know, obviously try and avoid that right here, right now, in the moment. But yeah, I mean, those are things that he's going to look at, and you know, unaffordable misses.
Right. Which I thought was going to happen to Mawson last night in the final of the qualifier.
Savada but in that decider, Mawson did just enough to keep the Reaper at bay. But you know, yeah, like you said, it's that leg before. What could have been?
This would be devastating.
Bullseye.
93.
So Gino gets a look back at the double 4. You know. And there are times where, you know, you can't say that you were not given opportunities. And that was one for Gino when he cashes in on the double 1. So, you know, 3-3 it is. So, you know, to a certain extent, you could look at what you know, what could be and what was, but what is simply everything's on throw, right? 7th leg, and you're on par.
Yeah, I was counting last night that Mawson missed 9 match darts in those last 3 legs, but he hit his 10th, and that's all that matters.
I mean, at the end of the day, it is, right? It's you know, you look back and you evaluate different stats and different numbers, but the point of any competition to win in advance or win and be the last one standing.
Yep. Savada attacking this from the bottom. Looking up on dart 3.
So walk me through that choice.
Well, it's a mistake is what it is by staying there on the 2nd dart, because now he's left himself a bogey. He should have stayed there on all 3 or moved on dart 2. Instead, he leaves 168. Now, Gino not in striking distance, but we've seen Gino hit 180s today.
140.
So you never know, but that 140 is huge. Leave 28 after 12.
Yeah, you know, we can debate that third turn from Savada,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
At 140 from Gino, but like this is the leg you expected to see, and this is the sort of, you know, early-ish leg from a 1 seed in a leg 7. You know, score big, push your opponent around a little bit, and nail double 14 on your third dart. Go up 4-3 and really sort of like, I did my business, turn it over to you, ask the question and see what the answer is.
We got like a brief crazy look over the shoulder there. So that was nice.
A quick look out on the floor. Ron Sargent has come back, and he's edged ahead of John Part 5-4. Bame takes a commanding 4-1 lead ahead of Jason Watt, and Fred Krueger watching him, one of the men of the day, one of the players of the day, up 3-1 on Krueger and the boys bringing up the rear, the caboose of the tournament. John Holland 2-1 over Ram Guevara. Come on, boys, we got dinner.
We do? Yes.
100.
Oh, wait. You just meant you. Oh, all right. I got it. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Spot on 261. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, AE,
57.
before this match, that we had already done 9 matches today.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, we usually do 10 total for an event.
That might have been a day usually.
Yeah. So that's...
But we're chugging along, and
we're doing
feel
great.
great.
Yeah.
It feels like things are going fantastic. Joining in the room, the CEO of the CDC and today's tournament director, one Peter Boom Boom Cetera.
Wait, he wasn't just our chef this morning for breakfast?
He's the man of many hats, many skills. CDC staff treated to a great bacon and egg breakfast served up by the great Peter Cetera.
You surprised us all and showed up.
Double goes in for Savant, and 5-3 breaks Gino there, and now things feel a little perilous for the cheat code.
Yeah, it's
hands on hips for Florian back there.
Of course, the last time these two played was in a last 16 match, in which Adam did beat Gino 6-1. So this is much better, like 200% better so far.
Oh well, we talked about it a whole bunch. Yeah, certainly as progress. There's always things to learn about yourself, to figure out your game. Like I said, in my opinion, I think this is probably one of the best days, if not the best, in terms of what we've seen on a stream from Gino. So yeah. On retrospective this evening, getting ready for tomorrow's event, if he doesn't take this, to sit and say, hey, I went the distance in my group, I'm playing the 1 seed, pushed him a bit, maybe didn't take some opportunities, but this is a day I can live with.
45.
Yeah, for sure. And for those of you that are checking out the bracket and wondering what is occurring there, David Cameron gets the win over Joseph Chaney by withdrawal.
123.
Joe won his last 32 match against Jack Robinson and then immediately received news of a family emergency and had to withdraw to attend to his family. So our thoughts and prayers are with Joe and his family, and hopefully everything's okay. But yeah, so that's why that is in there as a withdrawal.
45.
So David Cameron makes the quarterfinal once again.
That old Cameron.
100.
So here we go, Savata. We talked about fireworks. We haven't seen big fireworks from Savata from a finishing standpoint. We saw that with that, I think, a 121 earlier in this match, but 160's obviously not going. So he Gino's got a shot to stay alive here, but if not, a very doable 102 for the Reaper to put Gino away and move into the quarterfinals.
Oh, good. Trouble 14 there.
73.
Goes way inside on that last one.
He's got the wickets if he comes back. So 82, 3 14s. He went the bull.
That's an interesting route, AE, don't you think?
With 2 darts, I'm not going to quibble. I think it's maybe a 60-40 proposition. Obviously, the 14-14, a little bigger, so I give it the edge. But I can't and Gino cashes in on his 11. A guy at his level, I'm not really going to hammer him too much, by making that choice.
No, that's fair.
And again, we talk about situations a lot too. Well, I guess I was going to say if it was off his throw, I'd even understand more. You got a lead off throw, I'll take a crack at that, right? And if I hit the single 25, which he didn't even do,
right.
I can set myself up for tops the time before.
60.
Well, then Gino comes out with 26 after breaking the throw of Savada. He's going to have to study it up right this second, or else this could go quick. That's a great last start from him. John Part defeats Ronald Sargent 6-5. So
that's what I was looking up as well.
Yeah, our quarterfinal on board number 1 will be John Part versus David Cameron. And there's nothing wrong with that, that's for sure.
No, sir. Those are tasty vittles, if you ask me.
That is a gift of gifts from our tournament director.
Yep, that'll be the quarterfinal here on a feature board.
And Fred Krueger's up 4-2 on Jason Broker currently. And Dougie Bames up 5-2 on Jason Watt.
Just over the wire, 140, back-to-back 140s for Savada. And now this is where, as the big dog, you got your opponent down, you want to, pardon the expression, you want to step on his throat and put him away. So 80, do we go 2 double tops? Nope.
65.
Just tease it up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Gino has this in his wheelhouse. Just got to pull it off right here, and he's not going to.
Oh, he does, but, I mean, certainly a ton of pressure. Savada's like, here, man, if you can pull this off, all the better. I'll tip my cap to you. Double top for Savada to advance, and he does just that. So Adam Savada with a 6-4 win becomes our 5th player to book his spot in the quarterfinals. We've got matches booked at the top and the bottom of the bracket. The 1 seed Savada will take on the 8 seed Lindbergh. You move all the way down the bottom. You've got the 3 seed in Cowan take on Part the 11. We'll see that on the feature. Right in the middle, Leonard Gates has booked this spot, and more players to come.
Yeah, so stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back with that John Part, David Cameron match coming up right after this.
This is sports' biggest party! New York City, are you ready? The best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City! It's the Bet365 US Darts Masters.
Game on.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
This is sports' biggest party! New York City, are you ready? The best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City! It's the Bet365 US Darts Masters.
Game on.
Make a getaway every single day. Now it won't be long till the party's on.
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mikhail's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
This is sports' biggest party! New York City, are you ready? The best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City! It's the Bet365 US Darts Masters.
Game on.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
This is sports' biggest party! New York City, are you ready? The best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City! It's the Bet 365 US Darts Masters.
Game on.
Make a getaway every single day. Now it won't be long till the party's on.
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mikhail's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
This is sports' biggest best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City. It's the Bet 365 US Darts Masters.
Game on.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000.
Welcome back to the DJD Darts Master. Coming to you live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Let me tell you about
for this fantastic quarterfinal match. One, honestly, that's always an honor and a privilege to be able to do. But we got the three-time world champion, John Part, taking on Excalibur, the defending cross-border dart challenge champion, David Cameron. I'm Sean Green, joined once again by my partner in comms, the fantastic Anthony Eugenia, AE. I mean, when it comes to a Canadian bout, there's not much better than this.
What a Canadian treat. I mean, this is just short of a good order from Tim's. I mean, like, this is as good as you can get. We got Part, we got Cameron in the quarterfinals of the DJD Darts Masters.
Yeah, I mean, really, really cool to of course, have John Part in a quarterfinal. He's been throwing really well over the past little bit of time, which I'm excited to see how he does in this one. Now, David Cameron got basically a withdrawal forfeit in the top 16. Again, our thoughts and prayers with Joe Cheney and his family. Hopefully everything's okay. John Part defeated Ronald Sargent in a last leg decider to get to this point. Part defeated the Philly legend Tim Neal in the top 32 and Ed Levesque in the top 64. For David Cameron, he defeated BJ Pollock in a last leg decider in the top 64, which is a fun thing. In the last leg decider against Braden Hall in the top 32, and then the withdrawal forfeit. So he's had two last leg deciders today, and that's it.
David Cameron comes into the event as the number 3 seed, John Part as the number 11 seed. So in terms of this quarter, we've got 2 seeded players through. And John Part with the throw to open us up. And here we go, underway with the quarterfinals here on the feature board at the DJD Darts Masters live from Philadelphia.
And these two gentlemen have played each other 4 times in the past. 2020 semifinal in Waterloo, David Cameron got the best of John Part 6-5. In 2022 in Cambridge, John Part got the best of David Cameron last league decider 5-4. 7-4 win for David Cameron 2024 in Oak Brook in the semifinal. And then in the last 64 in event number 1 in Brownsburg in 2024, 5-0 win for David Cameron. So for the most part, they've had really close battles.
So we've got 9 players left in the competition. We're still battling out for one last place in the quarters, and that's between Brandon Goddard and Glenn Richard. So Brandon Goddard, Glenn Richard move in to face Doug Boehm. And you got Cameron Part, Gates Kruger, Savannah Lindbergh. One of those 9 names, Sean Green, will be your DJD Darts Masters champion.
I love it. And actually, the Glenn Richard, Brandon Goddard match is a top 32 battle.
Oh, it is.
So they still have a...
My apologies. Oh, okay. So we're going to be... Yeah, so they've got who
Ram Guevara plays the winner of
got it.
Goddard.
And then the
and Richard.
winner moves to Doug Bame. All right, so thank goodness we're not going to be waiting on that part of the bracket.
Yep.
Yep, we're going to bring you folks as the semifinal, the top half of the bracket, winner of Savada v. Lindbergh and Gates v. Kruger.
Yeah, and listen, I'm just going to say it now. Just like I think Doug Bame did the first year, this was at MSG, and we saw the same thing with Jake McMillan and things like that. I think the same thing is going to be true for Fred Kruger. I don't think we stop seeing him have big runs in tournaments here in the CDC for quite a while.
Indeed, it seems the spark has been hit. And David Cameron, 3 darts for a 15-darter to take leg 1 against the throw. And John Part, we saw good scoring there. We missed the call on a 180, but we had 2 tons and a 180 for Excalibur to come out firing out of the blocks and up 1-0 in a race to 6 versus John Part. Yes, to your point, yeah, I mean, we both got to speak to Fred earlier today, and definitely, yeah, you had the sense that, not only was he excited to go to the Masters, but this is the start of I'm back. I want to be back. Yep. I want to be in the mix with North America's best.
It's just the motivation of, you obviously have children. I have children, and them as a motivation factor is can take you as far as you dare to dream, honestly. Really rooting hard for Fred. I'm excited to see him in a few weeks at MSG and see what he can do to accomplish some of those goals. But he's down 4-0 currently to Leonard Gates.
He's in a pickle. Oh, what a good shot! Oh, production, go back to that overhead shot, and certainly with John Part. Yeah, you go. Look at that beauty of a shot, and those classic just black and red maple leaf flights, like the 3-time world champion. Yeah, look at that. What a great shot. Oh, 95 from Cameron. That's so crystal clear. I can call it from here. We don't need Mo Maloney. I'll call it.
John's going to switch, most likely. Nope, he's stepping over to stay there. Now he should switch it down.
59.
He does exactly that. Unable to leave a finish. But this is against the throw of Cameron.
Mm-hmm. Both guys a little, I shouldn't say a little, pretty lax on their scoring. Just the ton for Part in his second turn sticks out. Other than that, we haven't had big scoring numbers. Can't find the trebles. And there on cue, John's going to cut it in half. 140, even more, a bigger bite. So John looking to get the break back, needing 58 with Cameron all the way back on 236.
134.
Takes his own nice chunk, a 134, but a tidy 2-darter for Darth Maple.
Game shot.
Oh, he takes it, second dart, nice and clean, crisp and clean. The break back, and John Part's back on the Aki to open us up for leg number 3.
Yeah, crisp check out there, and this is going to surprise you that 180 from David Cameron in leg number 1 is only a second 180 of the tournament.
It definitely is a surprise into the quarterfinals.
123.
Gates opens up a dominating 5-0 lead on Fred Kruger with a 94 average for Gates. So Gates going to make a statement, won the first qualifier in the first weekend, but going to be a serious contender to pick up his first title of the year, the all-time leader in CDC event wins with 13.
Yeah.
So looking to add to that. You're on camera in front of us. The player in second, David Cameron, the only other player. Well, no, Savada just broke that after weekend 1 with 10, and Cameron has 10 as well.
So 3 guys still in this tournament that have double-digit
Indeed.
victories here.
Class. So the class abounds. Sorry.
And the crazy part about that is that while Savada's only done that, most of that in the past 2.5 years. Cameron and Gates have been around for a very long time in this CDC, and it's really cool to see them continue to just almost get better.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It's actually out of the three. It's funny. It's Gates has been around the longest. He won an event year one.
Yep.
Cameron's about midway point.
Yep.
You know, we saw him. He was hitting a lot of lakesides, and it was like, finally, when are we going to get Cameron? And we got Cameron. You know, about halfway through the journey, and then, like you said, now Savata's been, you know, last 3 to 3.5 years, and they're all just excelling.
Well, this is for a third break of throw to start off this match. Oh, he misses 2 darts of the double there. Opportunity here for Part. He's only going to get 1 dart at it. It's at tops.
Game shot.
And Darth Maple takes it out.
It's tops twice in 2 consecutive legs. So, and that was a hold. So we're going into leg 4, and just thought of something to sort of, again, give David Cameron, our number 3 seeds, some props. Now he's going back to the World Championship with his win at the cross border. I don't know for certain, but we certainly know with the Wasp story, right? So this is at least the 2nd time, maybe the 3rd that he's going back to Ali Pali.
This will be.
Is this his 3rd visit?
3rd or 4th.
Well, I mean, even more.
Yeah.
4th. I'll be.
It's definitely at least his 3rd.
To make my point, I'll be conservative. Like when I said, you know, hey, there was a period of time where, you know, Cameron didn't play CDCs, but we watched him. I think he went to 7 consecutive lakeside. So, you know, kudos to a guy who goes to, you know, makes 7, probably 8 overall, you know, a BDO/WDF World Championships at Lakeside, and now is made so that the Ali Pali, you know, you're going on 3-4 appearances. That's no fluke again. You know, you're making the World Championship a home.
And I think he's been 3 times, and I think that he's won a match at least 2 out of the 3 times. The one time he was down 2 legs and 2 sets to nothing and came back and won that match. Ooh. That was the famous Wasp moment where the Wasp landed on him.
Sir. And I still contend he should have had in his jerseys a little imposed Wasp on his shoulder, the lucky Ali Pali Wasp to look over things.
You can see his case on the table there, but it's flipped upside down, but because there is a Wasp on the other side of that sticker that he keeps at all times. I'm telling you, it's a real thing. I wonder with the new change of into the big room now for the Ali Pali if the Wasp will continue to show up.
Good question.
83.
Cameron takes 83 off that, and John Part with 101 to break.
86?
Yep. Oh, double 16, 32 points.
Oh, what a 101 checkout from John Part.
Jonathan Part has shown up and ready to play. Up 3-1 on David Cameron.
Averaging 88.5 too. And he's done this. 44. He's done this year on tour in multiple matches where he's averaged 90 or above. And even last night in the qualifier in the first round, he averaged 90 in his first round victory. And
140.
It's not there consistently for him. But when he's on, he's very much on. And when he's finishing like this, only 1 dart at double in the last 3 legs.
Right.
He's he's more than just on. He's powerful. He's Sith Lord-like.
Well played, sir. Yeah, let's look at the sneer, the aggressive John Part play, 140. That is classic.
And that was with a Dave Chisnell follow through on that last
I don't know what that whole swing of the arm, but that was a
140.
That was a classic John Part.
Dave could have switched on the first dart, on the second dart, or on the third, and he decided not to on any of them.
100. And his result is?
A bogey. And if you're John Part, you're actually a little bit annoyed that you did not take advantage of that.
Mm-hmm.
55.
Yeah, when I play in leagues, I typically play in like double in, double out, split bowl leagues, just because I don't want them. I want to have an advantage in math, and I do. And it always annoys me when someone leaves double 17 and I don't take advantage of it. It's like, why?
Yeah, because that's an opportunity.
Yep.
You're being given a chance by someone's just miscalculations. And quite honestly, I used to know guys. I mean, I get your point, and that's from a competitive thing.
Mm-hmm.
I used to know guys that were so, just geeky about the right way to go. They'd get mad at somebody if they made wrong choices. Like, what are you doing? And what are you thinking?
Well, those are the people that are going to learn in their area how to actually play properly. And properly means,
Understood.
just
All right,
math-wise.
we're checking a score. Now,
This is going to be interesting.
well, we had a discussion about this.
Yesterday.
Yes,
David's last
just
score was
yesterday.
Well, it didn't really do anything different.
Yeah, but there's some principle in it, and yeah, I'm gonna actually, bring this
21.
It's a discussion
to the
from
powers
low,
to
yeah.
be to just have a discussion on, at what point a player, can point out a math irregularity, and what point has that moment passed. So 24 shot was at 58 left.
48.
40. So 40 scored double 16.
Yep.
Game shot.
Is that in?
Looks solidly in.
Yeah,
Oh,
it is.
yeah. Mr. Part, 4 darts at double, and they've all looked super crisp. I think we're at 2 and 2. I think 2 double 16s, 2 double tops in his 4 leg wins.
And he's not missed a dart double.
I didn't think so, but I
Yeah.
didn't want to be so pretentious as
Yeah.
to propose that.
He has not. I'm actually keeping track.
96.
So look at this. I don't want to speak too much out loud, but quietly, Fred Krueger was making. I jinxed him in the 10 seconds. He had fought back to 5-3, but Gates puts him away 6-3. So Leonard Gates is your first player in the semifinals. So we'll see Leonard Gates up next, and he'll take on the winner of Savada and Lindbergh.
Which currently is 3-2
Okay.
in favor of Savada.
Okay.
Averaging 99
Boy.
through those 5 legs.
100.
Yikes. So, yeah, so we've got a cracker for you in the semis. These games just keep getting better and better. Cameron Part, then we've got Gates,
125.
Savada, Lindbergh, and then, of course, the finale of the DJD Darts Masters. So don't go anywhere, folks.
100.
Which the break between the semifinal for us could be a while.
It could be a
based
bit.
on how the backup of the bracket's going.
Yeah.
Still a top 32 match going on.
All
But
right, yep, Sean walked us through exactly. We've got a top 32 underway. It's only 2-2. The winner then has to play Ram Guevara. Then the winner has to play Doug Bame.
Yep.
And then, even still, to get to us, they have to play the winner of the games in front of us here. So, yeah, we've got 1 game coming up on the feature board and probably 4 that we have to wait for. So,
big moment here. 80 left for Part. Take a 5-1 lead. Ooh, down 65. You got to go 15 for bullseye here, right?
yes.
Or trip 15 for double 10. But yeah, bullseye.
Game shot.
And he pops the balloon. John Part has done almost everything in this match. And look, Cameron's just smiling at him. So,
Yep.
Nice shot there.
Sportsmanlike, and gave him a kudos. Good shot, John. And 5 for 5 on doubles.
136.
Pulls the trigger on the bullseye and opens up leg 7 with a 1-3-7. So, folks, what we're trying to say is enjoy this match, relish it, because it's going to be a while before we get to
Well,
No,
we'll
we
see
got
the next
semi.
one, yeah.
You're at the semi. It's going to be a final. The final is going to take a while. So
140.
when we bring you that semi, enjoy every bite of that, because then it's going to be a while before we get back to the final. But you can go to coverage on PDC. You can go see those matches that we're waiting on, and a 177 for David Cameron.
Big darts just to bring him back into this leg, because John Part is in fuego right this second. The Darth Maple we know and love so well is turning back the time. And in that case, he did not have a third round mess up after the first two rounds there.
84 after 9.
Chance for an 11 darter to win the match.
$64 doesn't need to go the bull route, and that's what the thought is. 160, 14s would give him a bull shot. All right, bull shot, bullseye.
Just a bit outside. But
how many times can we go to the well? Well, he may not be back, but he may not be back. He may not be back.
Game shot.
He not.
Didn't get back.
Wow. What a checkout.
A sheepish grin from Cameron as he comes back, and John offers, and rightly so, the fist to say, well played, sir. 160 out for David Cameron to
30.
stay alive in this match. There's nothing guaranteed in this game at this level.
And that was a 12 darter from Cameron.
70.
I hate to say it. I'm supposed to be impartial, but you know, I grew up a big John Part fan. I hate to say this out loud.
180.
That's a 180 for David Cameron.
Is that what you hate to say out loud?
John's got to put him away this leg, is where I'm going with this.
Yeah?
Yeah, he has to. It feels like just that 160 is, I mean, David Cameron's throwing a 91 average.
And it's getting better.
He's going to get better. If John doesn't put him away in this leg, if you're a John Part fan, I would fear for this match.
140.
That's a must.
That's
151. How could you take it off the table after the 160? Take it off the table now. So, but he will come back after. We'll see how he can set it up. 91, and John's going to look to put some pressure. Certainly wants to get at least a ton.
Oh, and that second dart's annoying because it takes the bull shot out of the play.
Because there's so many other ways to could have simply, like you said, a single 20 lets you go one way and tops. Double 10.
71.
He'll be back.
He'll be back, exactly.
And I know you say this leg. I think the next leg is the important one because John going first in the next leg.
55.
And Cameron just needs to break in one to get and hold 2 out of 3. He's got the first hold in an attempt to get things all square. So here we go. Leg 9, John Part with the throw, up 5-3.
140.
And that's a beautiful start from John. Great 140 to open up.
So first to 6.
60.
And only 60 from Cameron.
So John Part with the throw to move into the semifinals.
100.
David Cameron trying to keep his hopes alive.
Good cover shot
134.
from Cameron, 134. Just staying within striking distance just in case. But that first start from John is money every time.
123.
Sesame Street, 1, 2, 3.
$140.
And Cameron leaves a finish.
I mean, outside of a missed, a second missed bullseye, John's been spot on. So you feel if he cuts this down and gets down to where he's got to look at it, if Cameron gives him a look, you've got to feel confident that John will take that 83, and he's going to get a look at it. So, like you said, this you felt that this is the leg. So here's John Part's chance, 83, down at 17s. So 16 for bullseye. Bullseye to take this quarterfinal.
Game shot in the match.
Bullseye it is! And John Part, Darth Maple, moves into the semifinals of the 2026 DJD Darts Masters with a very impressive 6-3 win over the 3-seed David Cameron that saw Part open up 5 for 5 on doubles, 2 bullseyes in legs 4, 5, and 6. So John Part will await the winner of the scraggling bottom half of the bracket.
Yeah, which is only 3-3 scoreline there in that top 32 match between Glenn Richard and Brandon Goddard. But it's 4-4 currently, Nick Lindberg, Adam Savada, which is what we're waiting on before our semifinal will take place. The winner, of course, of that one gets Leonard Gates. So we'll see Leonard Gates up next as we get a live look in. So don't go anywhere, folks. Stay here for that live look in, and then we'll be right back. The commentators will be right back with more action from the DJD Darts Masters right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here live for the semifinal matchup of the DJD Darts Masters between Leonard Gates and Nick Lindberg. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, once again, the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, what a tournament it's been so far, and we're finally down to our semifinal matchup, and we got 13-time champion Leonard Gates taking on the, I believe, one-time champion Nick Lindberg.
Yeah, we are close to we are close to arriving at a conclusion of this event. It's been jam-packed, tons of matches. We've seen some really cool stuff. Great match we just left with John Part taking down David Cameron. But as you said, we get Leonard Gates, taking on Nick Lindberg, who in the previous match took down the number 1 seed, Adam Savada, 6-4. So, like you said, just in terms of look at that, open up, that's a 180 for the Gator, Soldier, Leonard Gates.
He was definitely in a good mood. I saw him down there before heading in. He was dancing a little bit, as we were too, because it was a good song that was on. It's tough not to dance to Rihanna. But then, yeah, he's throwing extremely well. And on the other hand, Nick Lindberg, same thing. He's throwing extremely well, and he's having himself a good day.
He is. But like you said, like sort of on paper a little bit, Gates has won 13 of these events. Lindberg has won 1. I might be wrong, but I believe he won in this room. But that's a few years ago. I could be off. So it's a good room for Nick. But, Nick has always been, we've given him a lot of credit, one of those players that we talk about that is pretty steadfast. To be honest, not as super showy 107 averages type of things like some of these other superstars we've got, but he's a solid kind of like professional, right? He's going to always bring a certain standard. He's always going to hit a certain level in the tournament. And, you got to think he's a threat now to have taken out the 1 seed in Savada. So, this match could go anywhere.
Absolutely. And I think a lot remains to be seen here in this match. They've played each other 11 times in the CDC history.
Really? Okay, that's deep and rich.
That's a lot. 7 wins for Leonard and 4 for Lindberg. So Lindberg's
yeah,
a fair share
I wouldn't call. 7-4 obviously is an advantage, but it's not lopsided.
No, not at all. And it's been
47.
A little bit back and forth between these guys. First time they played each other was in the finals of event number 1 in Lexington.
2 9s for Gates.
18.
Doesn't get it, so he'll be back though. But yeah, 2016 event number 1 in Lexington. Leonard Gates 6-2 victory.
Way back when.
Yep, and that was a final.
85.
So, Continental Cup they played each other 1 time.
Okay.
In 2017.
And Gates gets his double 9 to open up his ledger. 1-0 as we get out of the gates. We move up now, Sean. This is a semifinal, so it's a 1st to 7, best of 13 legs.
55.
Yeah, exciting stuff. As we get going here, the last time they played each other was event 16 in Brownsburg in 2025, a 6-1 win for Leonard Gates.
60.
He went on to win that event in Brownsburg as well. They actually played each other all 3 times, all 3 events in Brownsburg. Lindberg got him in event number 14, and then Gates got him in 15 and 16.
And that's a 180 for no nickname Nick Lindberg.
I love it.
55.
Nick the name Lindberg.
I have no nickname yet. My name is Nick Lindberg. It doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, but it might look good on a shirt.
It could.
58.
It'd be a lot of scripting.
Oh, it would go from sleeve to sleeve.
99.
We just mentioned it. Very solid, and it's that type of stuff there. He's not super consistent. He's not going to be as consistent as Leonard throughout like multiple events.
69.
But if Nick's on fire for an event, look out. He's one that can make finals that can put a lot of damage in that dartboard. And again, you said as he does take out 84 and 2.
14. I think that was a 14 darter.
Yeah, I mean, great response.
To respond. I mean, you know, this is you know, a little like we had said, you know, in terms of historical like wins and things. You know, Gates has got him big, but in terms of, you know, coming into an event, this is a 4 against an 8 seed, so that's pretty close in the bracket.
It's absolutely not far off.
140.
Both guys just going about their business currently. Nick is from Cincinnati, Ohio area, kind of like that tri-state location.
Gates putting up back-to-back 3-figure scores. So it's on Nick. Off throw, 2 in the bed. And that's a 180 for I don't have a nickname, but my name is Nick Lindberg. Oh, come on, Leonard. You had to put 3 in because I got to set up for you after that. I got too many nicknames, Gates.
Lenny, too many nicknames. Oh, there you go. Double 18.
That's it. Ask, and you shall receive.
58.
Well, that's what you told me, and then that did not happen. But Nick not on a finish.
59.
And that's not miscounting. He just missed the last dart.
Double 16.
3.
Well,
so the door is ajar for Nick Lindberg.
And every once in a while, this is the problem for Soldier, is his finishing. Is that in?
That is 72 shot, double 16.
That would have been a massive steal.
Game shot in the 3rd leg. Leonard Gates. 4th leg is
Soldier finally gets to 19.
Game on.
Gates takes leg 3. All legs have been won on the throw, so here we go to open up leg number 4.
26.
Nick was hungry. Needed some breakfast.
60.
With a 2 and 6 pence score. And for those of you that are coming over from the PDC Nordic Masters, we appreciate you joining us here on PDC.tv. Shaw Green joined by Anthony Eugenia. This is the semifinal of the CDC main event number 3, the DJD Darts Masters, live here in Philadelphia, PA.
Yeah, we welcome everybody on PDC TV worldwide, and the folks in the chat on YouTube, welcome in. Hope you're having a good time. Sean and I are having a great time bringing this to you. We're about to crown a winner here at the DJD Darts Masters. That's a 180 for Soldier Leonard Gates.
They have 2 apiece now in this semifinal, but Soldier is way ahead of Lindberg on Lindberg's throw, so an opportunity for breaking. It's only going to be 1 dart at a double. It's going to be 32.
46.
Will he be back?
And this, we've seen, Nick's looking really good on those 20s.
Would love to find a triple here. Does not. Instead of the worst dart he could throw. Leaves 99.
Game shot in the 4th leg. Leonard Gates.
But doesn't matter. Soldier takes it out. 16 on that second dart.
Game on. 140.
And then starts off heavy here on his own throw.
Putting the pressure on, opens a 2-leg cushion, and going to look to score big in his opening.
100.
Oh,
Went real fast there for a second.
45.
Only 45 from Soldier.
yeah, certainly even early in this leg, that just opens things up, and this is exactly what Lindbergh needs to do. Got to be triple 20s.
100.
Nick, a steady 100 there. Puts himself 15 points ahead of Leonard, but Soldier is trying the perfect time for
A 184 Gates from the great state of Texas.
good old Houston. His fellow Houstonian is still in this event as well, and Ram Guevara Jr.
Oh boy, a player that can do serious damage.
And Leonard does take out double 9 on dart 3.
And I love, and they're on opposite sides of the bracket. So if Gates holds on, he sit there and wait for his state mate in Guevara. But he's got some work to do himself. Right? He's got to get through as he's currently playing, right? You got to, and he's down 4-1. So there's no assumptions there. He's down 4-1 to Glenn Richard. Yeah, no, he's got a lot. He'd have to get past Richard and then get past Bame and then get past Bart. But Glenn Richard putting his foot down, 4-1.
I'm going to ask you a question that is dangerous.
That is unanswerable. Thanks.
Okay. All right, just making sure. But we know that's the case there.
81.
Sir, pose your quandary, if you will.
Well, I just don't know if you actually know who Glenn Richard is.
I do not, sir.
See, and I don't either. And that's why it was a potential sleep.
I met him yesterday while he was checking in, but I did not have stats. So I'm sure we'll get our staff to fill us in a little bit.
Yeah, and he might have played weekend 1, but that's not updated in our stats page. And if I missed it, but did hit a 10 to leave tops when if he returns. So gonna miss him like that, but another one of those. Ooh.
100.
Nick just sets himself up for tops just in case Leonard misses.
Oh, and he does, right? He does miss, and that's exactly what Lindbergh is, really good at, putting himself in a position to take opportunities, and he's got to cash this in. And he does. Holds his throw here in like 6, so now he's chasing that one big break, right?
Yes, he is.
62.
Which could happen right now. Now, of course, he does need to technically break twice to win the match, with Leonard going first in the match overall. But he's still got a lot of work to do just to get to that point. That is a dead center 111.
42.
It's now 5-1, Richard.
And that should do it. No, it's top 16, so it's best of 11. So
100.
Richard needs one more, and Ram needs 5 in a row.
Yeah, this is going to be Glenn's first time playing this, or first year in the CDC, if anything else. So, going to be his best finish no matter what at this point, with at least a top 16.
And now let's look at something else that you were tracking from the very beginning of the day. We were looking at, at the end of this weekend, there'll be a top USA player and a top Canadian player that goes to Madison Square Garden, right? Savada was in the driver's seat coming out of weekend 1 with 2 wins. So we felt that a U.S. player obviously needed to win 2 as 2. That would tie it and go to tie breaks. But, Adam's putting himself in a real good spot with the quarters. But you also said in a way for Adam to wiggle out of that is that if it a Canadian one today, but we don't really have any, John Part, if I'm not mistaken, is the only Canadian left out of, the 5 or 6 or 7 that we've got left here. So,
and with John's run, don't put him out of the realm of possibilities of being the qualifier for the Canadian side.
You pick up a big, you pick up a 12 to 18 points for making it to a final. You betcha.
And we just got word that Glenn's last name is pronounced Richard.
Richard, okay.
Nick, you require 136.
Usually I try not to make them
Richard.
fancy until they tell me they are.
I'm sure I heard that, and yeah.
96.
Lindbergh sets up tops. If he gets the shot here, Gates 68 left. Massive opportunity. It's only going to be 1 dart at a double. That tops.
48.
And he drags it low. So Lindbergh, another opportunity here.
You require 40.
This one for a break.
Game shot in the 7th leg.
And he does break the throw.
8th leg is Nick to throw.
It is a 20 dart break a throw, which is a gift from Leonard Gates, but
Indeed it is.
it's also the break a throw they needed. It's now 4-3. Back on throw.
$81. $60.
Let's check back in the tournament floor.
Well, here's some information about
Yes.
Glenn. He's from Louisiana. He plays a lot of the ADA steel tip stuff. And, yep, it's pronounced Richard.
Richard.
So thank you a lot, Paula, for that information.
$85.
And he won his tour card from at the Early Bird in Mississippi last year. So good to see him on this run. Be great to, well, we wouldn't get him until the final, so that would be quite a day. I was going to say it'd be fun to get him on camera, right?
But that would be quite a day.
Yeah. We'll beg and plead, and I know I'm just teasing now. We'll beg and plead, tournament director for the Doug Boehm Glenn Richard match to
Don't do
fill
that
the
to me.
time. But what?
I said, don't do that to me. No, I'm kidding.
We can't. We're locked in.
Yeah, unfortunately,
This is our last match until the final.
Yep.
But you'll be able to watch those matches.
You require 136.
Yep, you'll be able to watch Doug Boehm take on the winner of Guevara Richard on streaming board 4 on PDC TV, and we will probably have a little live look in the corner. But and then the same thing, John Part will take on the winner of those other players of the Boehm and the Richard and the Guevara, and that will be on board 3, and that'll be on PDC TV with maybe a look in here. But if you want full coverage, log into your PDC account. If you don't have one, go get one.
Yeah, it's the best money you'll spend.
Leonard, you require 74.
So,
You're good.
we want to see who's threatening possibly Savata, right? It's going to take back-to-back USA wins.
It's not going to take that. Plus, they have to make a quarterfinal in the previous 2 events.
Oh, well, that's true. Yeah, you go, Gates.
Leonard Gates.
Bullseye
9th leg is Leonard to throw first.
Pops the balloon.
to go up 5-3 in a race to 7. Well, that completely gets into the weeds on, what.
Which is why I'm not sure if Adam doesn't already have it locked up, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it would. You'd have to go back and look at, Because what I'm thinking is probably the only one, just to be fair and not to be too disrespectful, like Gates is probably the biggest candidate in this group to be able to reel off back-to-back this weekend.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying, right? Just to be fair and honest about it. So you're right. So then it would have to, the balance would go back to what did Gates do in the first weekend. I guess we go back and look at his points. I mean, I know we also got to get.
You're good.
I mean, like you said.
So I found a little bit more on Mr. Richard. He is
Okay.
from Sulphur, Louisiana, which is actually not super far away from Houston, Texas. So he's on the western border there of Louisiana.
85.
Wow, what am I missing? Did Gates not do anything? Did he get knocked? Remember,
did not do well.
I think we had a day of. You remember how sometimes
Yeah.
we have seeds get.
I think he lost.
I think
the first
like the
round once.
first day was he's not in the current top 16
Yeah, he
or
had,
top 32.
He had early exits. I remember that because he was fresh for the qualifier.
All right, view full standings. Where's Leonard coming into this weekend? And it's a bad assumption on my part, but it's, a guy like Gates. Leonard Gates is coming in 35th place.
How many points total?
3.
Yeah, that's not good.
So Savada with 36. Yeah.
Look at Lindbergh.
Bunts, what? Lindbergh had 8.
So, yep.
I have to agree with you.
Yeah.
With Savada getting to, where did he get to? The top 6? No, he got even worse.
Yeah.
Quarters, right?
Yep.
He just got knocked out
By Lindbergh,
in
yeah.
the quarters.
81.
Yeah.
Nick, you require
He has to have had. It's got to be Savada's.
Well, Leonard did a lot of messing around there, but
82.
Lindbergh can't take it out.
Leonard, you require 7.
7 left for Soldier. Double 2. It's a good marker for him,
5.
but he goes above it.
Nick, you
So
require
now
15.
a huge opportunity for Lindbergh once again to get back on throw. 7 for double 4,
Game shot in the ninth.
and he pins it.
Nick Lindbergh.
Oh, Nick Lindbergh slowly creeping back in, and that's like you said. Ultimately, it gets to a decider. Gates has got it, but that was a break that Nick's been looking for. So now he's got the darts in hand with the ability to tie us up at 5 apiece. You would ask something earlier with John making a big run here. If he won
Yeah.
it, but now I don't see him. Was John not there in the first weekend? Because it might have been, did he have some
thought he
overseas
was.
obligations? But I don't see him
140.
listed. I'll just look a little slower. I don't see him in the top 32.
I mean, you could very well be right,
Yeah, I think John may have had to miss that first weekend.
which could cost him this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I can't see then, well, I guess a win would be 18. So a win would, but Cameron's going already. No, Cameron's, is Cameron going?
Yes.
Yeah, Cameron's going to the Garden already. Braden Hall is your 16, but I'm not convinced
16.
about that spot. So then Jeff Smith at 9. Yeah, maybe the 18. Maybe the 18
18 points
does
would go a long way.
catapult him. Absolutely a win. An event win should go a long way.
160.
Yeah. Soldier on the big fish. Doesn't like to go fishing.
96. Nick, you
Lindbergh,
require
the 160 that we've seen been taken out already today. Not going to happen here.
100.
That's a good last start.
You require
Puts a little
70.
pressure here on Gates. It went.
72.
That's not right. He hit 72, leaves himself on double 1.
Oh, boy.
Because he left himself 42.
Nick, you require 60.
And Glenn Richard does knock out Ram Guevara Jr. at the top 16 stage. So Glenn Richard will move into a quarterfinal match with Doug Bame.
Leonard, you require 2.
The miscount from Leonard might not hurt him, as Lindbergh misses 2 darts at a double there.
Game shot in the 10th.
It doesn't hurt him.
Leonard Gates. 11th leg is Leonard to throw first. Game
At least not on the dartboard.
Indeed, understood. Yes.
And I do want to make it perfectly clear, folks, he does not do that as often as he used to do it in the past.
Understood. And, you know, that corralled him with a certain reputation that to be fair, to his credit, that he seems to have worked on a bit. So, yeah, much less of those gaffes, you know, and also, you know, sort of picked up on a little bit of a, you know, good coverage right there to follow up that 140, 131. A little bit of the stage etiquette, like if for a moment, then ask. That's all. Just get it clarified.
100.
And there's no problem in asking.
None. No, it's a proper part of the game. The officials are there, and yep, you have a right to step back for a moment and ask what has been shot, ask what has been what is remaining. There you go, Gates with a 44 on the third turn.
Yep, that third turn. What do we call it? A jinx? What do we call it? A slip up?
Third
Fall off?
hurdle.
There you go.
Hiccup.
Hurdle. Hiccup's good.
Hiccup. Third turn hiccup. So I was just to get out of my brain. I was going to say we're going to just start to have a sound. We won't say anything. We'll just go.
81. Leonard, you require
Effective cover shooting from Lindbergh, but
Gates has 6 starts to win this.
exactly. Might be too
105
little,
left.
too late.
102 left. And yes, did get confirmation that John did miss that first weekend.
Oh, okay, he did.
44.
Leonard doesn't do a whole lot. Lindbergh makes it even first. Smart. Now can put some pressure on it.
45.
Only 45, though.
You require 82.
Soldier will get 1 dart. 1 dart. Sorry. No, he won't. 55 left. Misses the big number.
27 scored.
So 55. He's got a choice. 17.
He did the wrong math again.
Nick, you
'Cause
require
I saw him mouth 57.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is on.
Double five.
no
Oh, no, he busts it.
Oh,
That is horrendous.
a lot of work, all for naught for Nick Lindbergh. And 38, he's going to split it. So 32 for Soldier to make the final.
6 score.
And now Lindbergh back on 130 again. That's brutal. Well. Oh, no. Gets too greedy.
Just went to the well one too many times.
84.
So Leonard Gates
Leonard, you
needs
require
32.
For his first final of this season.
24.
And not yet.
Exactly. You know, he's racked up 13 of them. We know every season he picks up at least 2, right? So
Yep.
it's you know, when are they going to come?
Nick
And
Not
Lindbergh, nope, and not yet. Lindbergh stays alive.
Flag is Nick to throw first. Game on.
And that's it. That was that break.
Mm-hmm.
So now, and you had mentioned earlier, you thought, you know, out of the 2 breaks a player needed, that was the tougher one to break, now be in a position to hold throw, and then, hey, I'm fine with the gamble and the, you know, the sort of anything can happen nature of what a last leg decider. No, yeah, no, I'm right.
Yep.
I thought I was a little premature on the tie break. No, we're at first to 7.
Yep.
So if Nick can hold this, we go to distance. If Gates puts it away, he's done.
55.
And so far, the throw's already been effectively given to Leonard, who has had darts to win every single leg except for the second leg of the match. Gates is going to want to clean up his doubling in the finals, no matter what. If he makes it that far, which right now is looking more and more likely every dart he throws, because
that's a 180 for the soldier, Leonard Gates.
81.
So I'm peeking in here as they warm up. We get our eyes on Joe Richard as he's going to take on the 7 seed Doug Boehm. That is on streaming board 4 on PDC TV.
Soldier missed into the single, or the double 12 into the single 9.
73.
Does clean it up. Come back with double 4.
An impressive, if we can close this out in 1 dart, what an impressive way to dispatch Nick Lindberg. Double 2. Oh, back up to Madhouse.
No score.
And he busts on purpose with Lindberg back on 177.
Leonard, you require.
And only 59 scored from Lindberg.
No
Oh, and a bust from Soldier.
Nick, you require 118.
Yeah.
Wow, this
things
is crazy.
start to get a little tighter and costlier. Wow. What a wayward dart. We just knew, Nick's had the potential to do that. And
Leonard, you require 8.
we discussed the options of starting on 20s or 18s on that, and he goes to 20s and can't do it. And Leonard Gates puts in double 4 to finally end the Nick Lindberg run, and Gates is in the final of the 2026 DJD Darts Masters with a 7-5 win over Nick Lindberg. Who is Leonard Gates going to face? Leonard is the highest seed remaining. He's the number 4 seed, if I'm not mistaken. So Gates being the 4, he's the big dog in the final. And is it going to be Glenn Richard, Doug Boehm, or John Part? We're going to find out in just a little while. Stay with us, everybody. Sean will throw us to commercial in a second, but I set the table. I'll be in the chat room with everybody. You can go to PDC TV. You can watch on Channel 4 the Richard Boehm match live. Then it'll move to board number 3, John Part in that semi, and a look at the shiny Ross Snook shoes. On YouTube, we may have a live look-in the corner, all right? So, there's darts to be had, darts to be watched, so don't go away, don't go anywhere. Good quarterfinal, semi, and we'll bring you the final.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with the DJD Darts Masters final after a few minutes.
Girls with their nails done. Girls with their
Make a getaway every single day. Now it won't be long till the party's on.
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mikhail's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
This is sports' biggest party! New York City, are you ready? The best dart players on the planet are heading to the Big Apple.
Join us at the Infosys Theater at Madison Square Garden.
June 25 to 26. New York City! It's the Bet365 US Darts Masters.
Game on.
Welcome back to the DJD Darts Master, coming to you live from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Philadelphia, PA for our final of event number 3, the DJD Darts Masters. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, Anthony Eugenia. AE, man, we have 3-time world champion and Darth Maple, John Part, taking on the 13-time CDC event winner in Leonard Gates. I don't know if we could ask for a more magical matchup.
It's a good one. I like that. It feels like we've got the summer of cross-border action going on, right? We've got yet another great U.S. versus Canadian matchup. Not a lot more to be said about it than you've put forth. Gates, all-time leader, having a good day today. It feels like, we know at some point during the year he's going to be due. John Part's having a day. I mean, what a match we saw against David Cameron. I watched a little bit of his semi, but John was just spot on with his out shooting in his quarterfinal.
97.
And he's making a run here. Let's set the table. If John Part can pick this up, he's in some good positioning to maybe get that Canadian spot at Madison Square Garden. And
wow,
boy, oh boy, that would be a good thing.
Yeah,
to have John Part grace the stage at MSG.
Yeah, he's already probably got it on his radar as an event that he's working, but he'd rather play in it, I'm going to guess, as
that's a 180 for Darth Maple, John Part.
And Leonard Gates.
140.
Right back with a 140 of his own, but John already on 124 after 9 darts.
Oh, I can totally see John, going a little back and forth up to the commentary booth. I'm on stage. He's just too good to miss out on behind the microphone.
He shot at the bullseye, leaves the Littler when he comes back. Leonard, of course, not starting on the 19s. And that
95.
Works out fine for him. He does the math perfectly.
he made it work. But
that's what I like.
Sean was a little perplexed. And there you go. John has been super strong with his throw today.
Yeah, that one done in 14 darts.
60.
Yeah, no offense to Leonard. I just wasn't expecting him to switch on dart 3 to the 18s, and then it was a magical switch for him.
Some good thinking from Mr. Gates.
Well, these guys have played in the past.
Okay.
All the way
78.
back to 2022. Leonard is up 3-0, or 3-1 in that. John got him last year in the set play event in Niagara Falls, 3-1. So, but then Leonard got him back 6-0 in Brook. First time of them playing this deep into a match as.
And that's a 180 for the Gator, Leonard Gates.
Soldier marching towards that outline here on dart 2, or on leg number 2. But yeah, it's just interesting that Leonard hasn't really played him that great overall, meaning him being John. But yeah, I mean, you can't do anything about the 2-time Continental Cup champion, cross-border challenge champion, and 13 event winning champion in Leonard Gates. And he's just trying to get faster than anyone else.
Just keep chugging along.
John leaves a finish, but it might be a moot point. Oh, double 3 is left for Leonard. And just below the wire.
Yep, good dart, just under the wire. And a tall task for the 156 for Part, but, just off the line.
He was hoping it was in after, because he peeked. He tried to peek around the corner at it. This is a awkward out, yep.
There you go.
Now he's got the straight jacket on in the madhouse.
No score.
And busts it.
So now John's got A 1-2-8 shot. Going to start on the 18s.
John kind of had last 2 slack darts there, but he's making up for it now. Oh, look at this.
Double 10.
100 yards.
And that one was fat 3.
Just one dart for Leonard Gates, and he needs one dart for double 1 to almost get out of a sticky situation. John was poised to snatch that one away, and nobody's done that
80.
more or better in the history of this game than John Part.
There, I mentioned 3-time world champion. He's also a 3-time event champion in the CDC.
Yes, sir.
His last win coming here in Philadelphia in 2018.
Good omen. We've had some really interesting things on this stage. We've had some legendary matches. We had a match where Chuck Pulio was he won that day, and him and Jim Long were the first players to go to the World Championship
45.
from that year. And we've had Timmy Nickel and Gavin Nickel play on this stage. Larry Butler swept a weekend here in Philly. So a lot of legendary stuff in this room.
Would you say this would be up there as one of the most legendary things if John Part does win this event today?
84.
For on a CDC setting, you betcha. I mean, in context, is that all of them in? That is a 180 for Leonard Gates. A recheck of John's previous score. I mean, I think it like you're putting it into context of still playing, not as competitively as he used to, but he still has a desire, to sort of make a real a title run. Yeah, I mean it's one of the more standout moments it would be in the later part of his career. I certainly think so. With not to say that things were easy in the early days, because they weren't. We had a very bumper crop, if you will. Mm-hmm. But I mean, the standard and the depth now that we've got. I mean, this is, I'm not shy to call this the toughest room in North America.
No, nor should you.
44.
John only gets 44 there. So Leonard now has 6 darts from 176.
Yeah, and this is really key, because I had mentioned how steadfast John's been on his throw, which is such a vital thing, right? To know that you're going to come through with the legs on your throw. So to risk being broken is not a good spot for John. So all right, and that is some good board management from John Part.
Yes, it is. Gives himself a 2-dart look. Leonard did start on the 18s. Tops.
Game shot.
And he breaks.
Yeah, John desperately didn't want to see that play out. He wanted at least an honest crack at that 98.
57.
Yeah, good darts there from Leonard. And it's a break of throw. But John right back into that trouble.
40.
Good 140.
Takes advantage of that slight opportunity. Let's see, what Gates does. Good cover.
63.
All right, certainly an opportunity here for John to wrest the throw from Gates.
He effectively already has. But he's got to add a lot to it here, 42. And that's not good enough.
No, that'll hurt. He needed a ton just to continue to put a buffer, because Gates can certainly swing right back in, and he does a 139. So that kind of negates John's 140. So John really needs to push back with 2 triple scores in this turn.
He's not going to do that.
No, he seems to have lost the plot just a bit. I mean, we're only 3 turns in, but still, after that 140, you sort of anticipated and expected a little bit. And here comes Gates. And he fills it up, and that's a 180 for Leonard Gates from the great state of Texas.
Yep, and he has a 180 in the last 3 legs. Each of the last 3 legs.
66.
John not on a finish, so Leonard's got time on the 62, although he'd rather do it quickly. Whoop. Chance at a 15 darter.
Little dipsy-do on that second dart, a pullback.
It fooled me. All John can do is put pressure on this 40. That's 2 in the treble. He's going to put some pressure on it. He can leave 20 here.
135.
It's the 135. Oh, and Leonard does miss all 3 of those. So opportunity now for Part to break right back.
Yeah, this would be massive. This would get John right back on track, back with the confidence. Single 16 for tops in leg 4.
32.
And those are the different
felt good coming
right?
out of the hand. But, yep, those, like you're exactly right. Those are those opportunities that you cannot give up.
Well,
15.
I guess you can sometimes.
John, with a big exhale, like to your point, like looky here, this is a completely, we're playing with house money.
Game shot.
And John cashes in, and we're all knotted at 2.
And that's a break right back for John. So now back on throw. Leonard's going to be kicking himself there. 7 missed starts at a double in that last leg. But his scoring is definitely there.
40.
As we approach the 8 o'clock hour, local time.
We've been at this a full 8 hours.
Yep.
58.
Which is a
full-time job. We're reporting it to Peter Cetera. We've just entered overtime, my friend.
We did.
Time and a half. What is time and a half of? What's 1.5
of zero?
Of 0 times 0. My educated friend.
I think that's half of a roast pork sandwich.
It's still 0.
58.
Hey, as long as I get good Philly food, I'm good. I'm happy, and I've been happy today.
You have been happy.
100.
Boy, oh boy, it's been a pleasure. He's been happy.
The darts have been fantastic too. It's been a great day of darts.
Now, John, in another sort of quandary of, having to throw, and he opened up this match looking real good on his throw, but another sort of slippery leg here that Gates is taking control of, 121. John, I'd say you got to get a ton here to get to a 2-darter.
He's not going to do that, but 95 would be fine.
Yeah,
oh, he hit a 1.
That was just flat out unlucky. That second dart was on the mark.
86.
I like the no time wasted there from Leonard after the 6 on dart 2. Leaves 35. John, big ass, but can't do it.
58.
So Gates looking to clean up to 35 and pick up a break, a throw. 2 8s. 2 8s it is. Gives you a little fist pump. He knows how big of a leg that was. Pivotal leg 5. And a break. And he's got an opportunity to open up a 2-leg cushion.
Yeah, we've had 3 breaks in a row all of a sudden. Ooh.
134.
We do have some quite interesting weather here in Philly tonight. Heavy storms.
It's a monsoon out there. And John Part back on track, following up that 1-3-4 with the 99. There was promise of a lot more.
Attacking the throw of Leonard Gates. And only 57 there from Soldier. Throwing those win more Soldier 20-gram darts or 21-gram darts.
59.
Leonard needs at least a ton here to leave a finish.
59.
Doesn't do it, so
Yep.
right. So now John will be the first out. He'll have 6 darts to clean up the 209, and that is a good start.
84.
Would like to have done more with it, but 84 is fine.
Without a doubt. And, there's always that, I think you might have even been the one to talk about it, or maybe Gordon, in all fairness, the context of a triple 20. First, and you don't follow it, you're all disappointed.
Yep.
You don't hit the first 2, you hit the third, you're overjoyed that
Yep.
you've got the one triple 20.
100%. Tops for the 125 checkout.
105.
Just drags it below. He will most likely be back, but he can't really bank on it.
Certainly not. Not guys like Savada, Gates, Bunce right now these days. You can't count this out. 86 left. Double 16, 32 points.
And he does take that out.
Is literally crushing to John Part.
Massive checkout there from Leonard Gates.
57.
That's why he had to assume he most likely was going to be back. But
All 3 of those darts were just square in their target. A massive 1-4-6 for Gates in his bid for his 14th CDC Tour title.
and along with 3 majors, it would be 17 victories in the CDC. That's a
And
lot.
he picked up 2 match plays when we flirted with them being kind of like prestigious a little bit. But yeah, he picked up 2 of those in the first 4 years. So yeah, Leonard Gates is, pretty much, I mean, he has won everything that we've put on offer. And
He's almost won
most
everything.
cases, everything more than
everything.
once. Yeah, he's won everything. And the only thing he hasn't won multiple times is the cross-border, and that's only because it's 4 years old. Give him.
Leonard down to 176 after 9. John
95.
leaves the big fish. You know how you do better than 146? Just hit a big fish here.
Indeed. That's that you want to answer to a question.
Not going to. Looking down for cover shots. Now that's blocked on the 19. Gets 93 out of it. Not bad.
I think he was just distracted. He's got Wayne's voice in his head. Here, fishy, fishy.
Yeah. Tops.
56.
Soldier doesn't hit that one.
Now, when do we get to that place of like, this has got to go? Because it kind of feels like it's got to go.
Game shot.
And it does.
And it goes.
17 dart.
It do got to go. And it do. John Part holds his throw.
100. $97. $123.
Count them on up for Leonard Gates, the 1, 2, 3. This is Gates' throw. John only down a break. his first of 7 legs here in the final.
Definitely looking to counter that 123 and just doesn't do it. Let's see what Gates can do here on this intriguing leg, turn 3, right? We got the hiccup.
Only 41.
So the 140 you think you need here to really make an impact. And he's got 2. He can get more. We're going downstairs. We're going downstairs for the 177 from Darth Maple.
Huge darts from John Part.
Look at that 177.
140.
Leonard says, that's fine. I'm going to throw a 140 in there anyway to leave 97 after 12 darts. And you can't take it out in 12, so.
And what was there, a 90, 90, 90 in there too?
90.
I thought it was more of a nanny nanny boo boo.
You are probably correct, sir.
Oh, great first start from Soldier. Tops left. Ooh, that was on the 20. You can see the mark in the
on the metal. Yes, I see it now, right at the bottom. Corrects things and holds his throw in leg number 8 and opens up a 2-leg lead. First to 7 here in the final of the DJD Darts Masters. Main event number 3, live from Philadelphia. We are on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship in November.
131.
Good 1-3-1 there from Soldier to start off this leg. Attacking the throw. That's a perfect dart for John, and that's why he's annoyed with himself, because he threw that first dart perfectly and could not capitalize with 2 more. And that snarl is really starting to come out.
I mean, that
100.
Certainly he was expecting a 135, 140, or even a 180. They were all right on line.
96.
He's staying with Leonard, but it feels like Leonard has the throw. And it's really John's throw.
60.
It's never a good sign, but Soldier might have just given it right back there. Part needs at least a ton. Oh, we can't do that now.
81.
Hoping Gates doesn't hit anything, more than like an 85 or 95, 96.
That's more than what you just said, by the way. You said an 85 or 95.
He edged him out by 1. He's playing legs.
Oh. John needs a big treble.
44.
He does not get it. It's only 44 scored. 94 left for Soldier.
And this will really leave a bruise if John
58.
gets broken in another leg. So this 1-4-5, they are starting to mount up as must. And it's a can't. So Gates comes back for 56 in leg 9.
To go up 6-3 and 1 leg away from the title.
36.
Not yet. Misses 2. See if John can capitalize here. 115. This would be massive in the moment. It's almost a must go. Treble 19 for double 19. Not going to go. 76 left.
55.
Leonard Gates to put himself in the driver's seat.
Game shot.
And he starts up the car.
Leonard Gates, 1 leg away from his 14th CDC title.
60.
And by John's own rule, this is the area of I'm in trouble.
The official I'm in trouble area from Professor Pod.
And a lot of trouble, too, because he's down 3 and Leonard's only 1 leg away.
100.
But we've seen weirder things happen than 4 legs on the spin.
Now, I'm still going to try and paint a rosy picture for John if he cannot regain control of this match and does wind up as a runner-up, does still set the table for tomorrow if the form stays good. There was no getting around the need for 2 good runs, right? So then you say, hey, all right, runner-up today, I'm going to win the darn thing tomorrow, and I'm on stage at MSG.
Yep.
95.
From Gates' standpoint, again, we talk about this being his 14th, his first this year. He's got places at the Garden already. But now we're looking towards the fall. We're looking for big seating spots in the Continental Cup, and with that, all of those bells and whistles. And it's just Gates will spend the summer racking up wins, racking up big performances. So if this is a win for Gates, it's the start of his 2026 campaign.
Game shot.
And it is a 108 for Leonard Gates. And with that, a 7-3 victory over John Part. So congratulations to Leonard Gates, 14-time CDC Tour champion.
I'm sorry, I giggled when you said 14-time CDC champion. That's so impressive, and shout out to Leonard Gates for getting the job done. Look at that picture. Look at that cheeky picture he has up there. He's like, yeah, I knew. That's what he's telling us there. He knew he was going to win today, but a huge moment for Leonard Gates to get his 14th title. He is 4 ahead of the next closest in titles, and that just tells you everything you need to know. He's starting to dominate as one of the greatest players of all time in the CDC at this point.
Oh, I mean, without a doubt, that's exactly. I glanced over before, I had the feeling that, oh my goodness, he's, he might be lapping a few players, and he literally is outside of maybe 3 or 4 players behind him. But we talked about it this morning. We still have 12 to go.
Yeah.
So there's a chance where he's starting to put distance between some very big names in CDC history that are on the list that we're looking at of winners. And to your point, just an overall macro look, yes, certainly we've been very pleased to induct John Part, Larry Butler, and Darren Young into the new CDC Hall of Fame. But folks, you can pretty much be well assured that in very short time, Mr. Leonard Gates is going to be inducted in the CDC Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean, you can't look past all of the wins, all of the titles that he has, and I mean, he continues to win all over the world, and obviously getting the majority of his stuff done here. Another great victory for Leonard Gates as he continues to roll. He's had a good year so far as things have gone. Of course, winning the qualifier in weekend number 1, and then this one here. AE, what a good day. Long day, but it's been a fun one.
It has. We weren't sure what to expect from such a packed lineup, and we just brought to you 13 matches. And, we had some very interesting storylines. We watched, is it Richard? I'm trying to think of his first name.
Glenn
Richard make a big run there to the semifinals, right, against Part. Couple of, we watched, Adam Savada make his run. We saw David Cameron and Part in a really big match. Nick Lindberg making a run here as I look over some of the stuff to the semis as well. So some big storylines and a lot of excitement today in Philly.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be more excitement tomorrow morning, right? And can't wait to bring you that coverage. So we want to, any last words, AE? Before
No, sir. No, I'm just, raring to go tomorrow in the Winmar USA Classic.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us this evening, ladies and gentlemen, for the DJD Darts Masters as we continue the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. Congratulations once again to our champion of event number 3, Leonard Soldier Gates, his 14th title overall. We are back in action tomorrow, like we said, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern for event number 4, the Winmar USA Classic. Until then, from Peter Cetera, Anthony Eugenia, Jeff Good, L. David Irete, and the rest of the CDC staff, thank you so much for tuning in tonight, and have a wonderful rest of your evening.